Yeah, it just,
You're live, boss.
We're live.
Thank you.
you're welcome. You need a pen? I have one.
I
if you
don't.
need one, or you can,
These are,
you know, that one. I don't need it.
So I just want to welcome everybody back to Helen. Although I'm hearing everybody comes to Helen all the way, all the time. True. Not all the time. I know Craig's over here all the time.
how you doing?
Good.
Good.
Okay, so a couple of quick reminders, live public meeting. Got your phone? Remember, please raise your hand to be recognized as we go through, and once we're on the topics that we're going to get into today, let's do our best to stay on that topic as best as we can. Maybe a quick intro round on the table, and we still don't have Everett or Cindy on, just double check. Okay. Donna just sent me a text. She's on her way and had a vehicle problem, so half an hour. I've heard from Lee, but I know he's coming. So, Paul, you want to start you quick? Who are you?
Paul Ellis, I guess I'm an outfitter member from Bozeman.
Stephanie Prater, sportsman from Moostown, Montana.
Dale Trivy, sportsman, Miles City.
Craig Jordan, kind of sportsman landowner from Missoula.
Good afternoon, everyone. Alex Ottavino, Agency Legal Counsel.
I'm Natalie Schaus, and I'm the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Administrative.
Jason Cool, Planning Access Program Manager. Drew Steinberger, Billings, Montana, sportsman, landowner.
Ray Rock, I'm an outfitter in western Montana.
And Beal, sportsman here in Helena, and I see Lee's right over here, Lee.
You can I wear my hat?
Look around it.
Are you getting blinded? Is that what you said?
No, I think I'd be like Senator Elvis, sit here with my hat on and then everybody had to look around and see that.
You want to do your intro? Who the heck are you?
It's my turn.
It's your turn.
Lee Corwell, Glasgow, Montana.
All right. So again, thanks to everybody for being here. Busy time, I think, for everybody from what I hear. We have a couple other MVP folks here that I'd like to acknowledge and just remind us who you are, Quinn.
Quentin Kujala, hello all, thanks for the opportunity, thanks for your service. Quentin Kujala with the Director's Office here in Helen.
Renee Lemon, Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division Administrator.
Francis Reiches, Hunter Ed.
Greg Lemon, I'm the head of the Communication and Education Division.
John Fast, I'm Lee Cardinal's parole officer.
Talk Alex.
Yeah.
Is that what this hearing's for?
It should be.
All right.
Mr. Chair, we also have other staff online, but it's up to you if you'd like.
Yeah, no, please.
Go ahead, access managers. Let's start with Region 1.
Stacey Dugan, I'm the Region 1 Access Manager based out of Kalispell.
Okay, like Evan.
Hey there, Evan Rogers, Region 4 Access Manager. Good to see everyone.
Trenton.
Good afternoon, everybody. Trenton Heisel, Region 2 Access Manager.
You're ready to go, Travis. You can hear us. Almost.
Yep, Travis Mache, Region 7 Access Manager, Miles City.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Drew Henry. I'm the Regional Supervisor in Glasgow. I'm filling in for Katie Iverson today.
Go ahead, Ian.
Ian Davidson, Access Manager, Region 5.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate you being on today for us, with us. So I kind of wanted to just real quick brief everybody on current terms of members and where we're at with all that. So still on current terms that run through July 31 of 27. Lee, Donna, myself, Cindy Cohan, Stephanie, and Paul. So we're all on through 27, January 31, or July 31. Terms ending this July and seeking reappointments are Drew Everett, who isn't here yet today, Dale, and Craig. And I know Craig just came on, but he was filling a seat from Eric that was turned out at this point. So all of you are good to go. You probably got maybe some messages today. Drew mentioned he did. So good news there. Vacancies, we have Rod Paschke's position is still vacant. If you haven't heard, Rich Roth has taken a position with the governor as an advisor. And so he had to submit his resignation. And then Ray, this is his last few weeks with PLPW. So first, thank you, Ray, for all your work over the years and coming from the other far corner of the state of Montana, wherever we have met, to give us your kind help and guidance. We definitely appreciate that. I think Jason,
If you want to do the formal thing.
sure. Here's the formal thing.
Oh,
Do you have any wall space?
right now, we don't have any wall space. It's a flat slab. Because they tore down our house and had black mold.
Oh my God. Well, this will be your first new addition to the new home. So again, thank you.
Thank you
so much for taking your time and Jason has similar for Rich and Rod. You haven't seen them, correct?
And Eric.
And Eric, yeah. And so on those appointments, the governor's office is wrapping up new appointments for those vacancies, and we should have those, I think, sometime next week. Okay, yeah, so good news there. Quick rundown for today. We'll be hearing from the ComEd department in regards to the status of the Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program. So that'll come up quickly here. And then, I don't know, hopefully all of you got to read the overview of the UPL audit. Have to dive into that and what leads to from there. And we're going to be fortunate to have the director join us here, I believe at 3. I'm glad she's able to come and spend some time with us today. And then Jason will be doing a presentation on landowner participation in hunting access programs. And then tonight at 5:30ish, after we leave here, we're gonna have a no-host dinner over at the Overland. So it's real near. No.
They were closed for lunch because of construction.
That way we ended up eating at the Colonial.
Yeah, the supper, it'll be open at 5, so we should have the patio mostly reserved to us. We can spend some time outside.
Unless it rains again tonight.
Which I would rather have.
Yeah.
Thank God I brought my Sitka rain jacket.
Yeah, so 5:30 at the Overland No Host dinner. And then after the dinner, over at Montana Wild, 7 p.m. for the movie night. Okay, any questions?
Do they have popcorn?
I will have popcorn.
Is that all you need? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nothing else? Okay, no pillows. All right. That's what I got to get us started. Any other comments, points at this point?
Is it possible, I don't see it on the agenda unless I'm blind, which I could be, just some home reports? Haven't done that for a couple of meetings and just a couple of things I'd like to one that I was asked to bring to the council and just during the home report. Would that be possible?
Sure. Yeah, we usually have it on there, so. I
Thank
missed
you.
it.
Okay.
Yeah. And if it ends that way tonight, we could do it there or at the end tomorrow.
Sure.
You good?
No, whatever works for you, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. Anything else? All right. With no further ado. HLOSP, whatever that is.
Thanks, everyone, for being here. I think I've got enough. I'm gonna hand out two things. So the first one is just pass those around. The first one is the test for the Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program. So that is the current version that we're planning for this fall. That is final-ish. We can still make some updates to it if need be. And then the second part of our conversation will be about advanced hunter ed. And this is so that's kind of a outline of where we're headed with that. Yeah, I want to make sure I cover some stuff. Forgot my. I wanted to kind of talk over briefly where we were at, where we came from. So everybody, we've had a lot, you guys have had a lot of conversation about this program in the last couple of years. We shared videos, the tests, we've gone through some reviews, some input. We've talked about course objectives. So we've had a lot of dialogue with you guys, and it's all been very helpful to get us to where we're at today. Last time we presented on this, a couple of things that we heard from you is you wanted to see more information on working lands, more detail from Eastern landowners and some of the challenges they face, Eastern Montana landowners, and then make some adjustments to the videos for style and pace. So what we did is we updated the test to align with standards with the IHEA, the International Hunter Education Alliance. Yep. Incorporated more landowner voices. We've got new landowner voices in the program from both Eastern and Western Montana. We added to our warden piece and changed personalities, our agency's full personality, so we had a big pool to choose from. We worked with some of our access staff to outline some of the seasons on working lands, and we incorporated more information on using our access program information, and then some considerations for additional considerations that landowners might have for access. So that's kind of just high level what we heard and what changes we made. So I think before we get into questions, we can go through the videos. The program as it stands now, from a video standpoint, we've still got some time to make some minor tweaks. Pretty much the videos are the videos. And then, like I said, on the test, there's still some time to add a thing or two here or there, but by and large, what you'll see today is going to be the program for the year. Thoughts before we start movie night early? Okay, I'll share this through my computer on the screen, and we'll cross our fingers that it'll work out just perfectly. Okay. Can you make that, Jason, can you make that full screen?
Things on your end.
It's full screen on my end, so we'll go.
Eastern Montana offers exceptional hunting opportunities, thanks to the variety of game species that inhabit the region. The expansive hunting grounds features less mountainous terrain, making it easier to pack out animals and providing better visibility for spotting their target. However, landowners who permit hunters to access their properties have some concerns that are unique in this area.
Yeah, well, my husband and I ranch here 50 miles south of Malta. We've been participants in the block management program now for several years. We have lots of wide open spaces. We have lots of variety of species. You know, we have coyotes and prairie dogs and deer and mule deer, mostly mule deer, elk, antelope. So that's what people appreciate when they come out here.
Eastern Montana is notorious for its gumbo clay. Once the clay is hardened, it becomes extremely hard, almost like concrete. So if the weather changes at the last minute, tie up those laces and leave minimum trees on these working lands.
Yeah, well, we certainly have a different soil type up here. It's this really heavy clay that when it gets wet, you really shouldn't be traveling on it. I mean, you will get stuck, you will get stranded, you will create havoc on the road, which is one of the frustrating parts about being in block management. And is when people, I know they have planned well ahead to come out here from wherever for their 1 week of hunting, and they want to go hunting no matter what. And yet, if the roads are really bad, they're just creating messes and frustrations for us. If I have to drive my pickup and trailer full of cattle over a really rutted road, it's wear and tear on the vehicle. It makes my job harder. It takes longer. I have to be more careful of my driving.
Establishing open communication is crucial for fostering positive relationships with landowners and ensuring a successful time out in the field.
Hunters went through a gate and a wire broke on them, and that happens with the gate. They came to the house and said, if you give us the wire, we'll fix it. So I fixed them up with supplies, and they went out and fixed the gate. You love those kind of hunters. They're great to have around, and 99% of the hunters are that way, which is really appreciated. And that's part of why we continue to be in block management, is most people are good and behave.
In this region, most of these private landowners have homes on their property where they raise their family and where they make their livelihood. So when these landowners give you the courtesy to hunt on these lands, ensure you take pride in ownership as if this property were your own.
Just because there's an abandoned building doesn't mean you need to use it for practice or abandoned pieces of equipment, because you never know what we might be using it for. It may look abandoned to you, but it may have a purpose to us. Be mindful when you come out in the fall of the year. Another thing that you'll see happening a lot is, and it can happen anywhere in the region, people are working their cattle. They're gathering them. They have them in a cradle. They're running them through a chute to do a variety of practices to them. When you see those activities happening, it's probably best, if you can, to just steer clear, give it a wide berth. And it's just like we've had people shoot at our corrals, you know, and things like that, and putting holes in them. And well, at some point that weakens a board, and then we get to replace it on our dime, not yours. And you were the one who might have, quote, vandalized it.
Rule of thumb, if you aren't 100% sure you have access, make sure to check with the landowner.
Please don't hesitate to call or come by the house. Probably not after 9 p.m. and probably not before 5 p.m. I know you may be out hunting already by then, but you're welcome to call. Our landline is published in the phone book, so we welcome calls. We'd rather clear up confusion than have problems after there was confusion, and just be mindful that this is ours, and please respect it.
It just said 5 PM though. Instead of
Yeah,
8,
I know.
evidently.
Fix that with AI.
Right, exactly.
AI.
Yeah.
Western Montana is known for its mountainous terrain and dense timber. This means that when it's time to hunt, you must ensure you're prepared for a cardio challenge. If you're accessing the trail, it's crucial to note the specific land that you are hunting on and the associated rules. For private landowners who open their gates for this opportunity, there are certain expectations they have for hunters.
So we run a cow-calf operation, and then we raise wheat, barley, pulse crops, hay, and sometimes some oil seeds. Most of our property has water frontage on it, so we allow walk-in fishing with permission. During big game season, we allow walk-in access for deer hunting, and then we allow some access for waterfowl.
It's easy to understand why you, as a hunter, would want to head west for the abundance of wildlife and the chance for a once-in-a-lifetime hunt. If you have the privilege of hunting on private property, it's important to remember that homes, equipment, and livestock may be nearby. Always be considerate of your target and the surrounding area.
One of the biggest problems that we have is on the waterfowl hunting, and we have a couple of pieces of water that we ask that they stay closed, and some of it's in proximity to our home, some of it's in proximity to the cattle watering area and stuff, and we have trouble from time to time with just people being disrespectful of those requests.
As hunters, it might feel uncomfortable to contact a landowner. Your intentions might be that you feel that you are disrupting their daily routine, or maybe that you've had asked once and that has already provided the hunting opportunity for the season. This thought process is concerning for landowners, as their daily lives vary and require some areas to be off limits.
I guess to me, being a good hunter and accommodating to landowners is to check in from time to time throughout the season, so that if there's been a change that's happened, so if there needs to be a modification, that can be done. We run into sometimes where permission is given one time and they feel it's good season long, which it usually is, but sometimes we have asks. Sometimes we've moved cattle other places. Sometimes we're working other areas, and we may need to shift you in or out of an area to accommodate that. So I guess it's a little bit that a one ask for the year maybe isn't quite enough. You need to kind of follow up and check in.
Enjoy your hunting season and be transparent when it comes to landowners. As the saying goes, honesty is the best policy. In Montana, hunting is more than a recreational pursuit. For generations, across cultures, around the globe, hunting has offered connection to land, family, community, and heritage.
Successful hunting requires knowledge, skill, preparation, ethics, and access. Though Montana boasts impressive public land access opportunities for hunting, 64% of the state is privately owned. Property owners, both urban and rural, enjoy the right to say who can access their land and how. Though FWP is dedicated to fostering public hunting on private lands through voluntary access programs, hunters share in the responsibility of maintaining that access.
The Hunter and Landowner Stewardship Program aims to strengthen the relationship between the hunters and the landowners. In this course, you're going to learn the importance of working lands, how to access private lands, and best practices while you're here, and key knowledge related to hunter safety, natural resources, personal responsibility, and the importance of developing your own hunting ethics.
The future of hunting relies on the enduring relationships of hunters and landowners.
Remember, it's all up to us. Respect the access, protect the hunt.
The 1940s, Montana FWP has offered hunter safety classes, focusing on firearm handling, fair chase practices, and hunting ethics, and more. Today, everyone born after January 1st, 1985 must take hunter education to purchase a hunting license in Montana. Hunter education offers foundational safety skills and knowledge that every hunter, novice and experienced, should know and practice.
While you hunt, safety is your responsibility. Safety is always important, especially on private land where unique scenarios and challenges can occur.
While you're out hunting, farmers and ranchers are also out working the land. It's wise to assume there are people out there on the property, livestock in nearby fields, and even other hunters accessing the same areas. You should be aware of your surroundings and respectful of nearby people, pets, livestock, homes, outbuildings, farm implements, and vehicles.
Hunters should practice the 4 rules of firearm safety every time they go hunting.
Rules 1 and 2 are very simple, but also very critical. Always treat your firearm as if it's loaded and ready to shoot, and always point your muzzle in a safe direction. Most hunting accidents are preventable and occur because of careless firearm handling. The next rule is a logical extension. Always keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot. The last rule of firearm safety is less straightforward, but also very important, especially on private land. Always know your target and beyond.
Imagine it's the final week of general hunting season, and you spot an elk on the crest of a hill. You're close enough to take a good shot, but should you? The answer is no. If you can't see what's behind your target, like that skylined elk, never take that shot.
Along with prioritizing safe firearm handling, you must consider the safe zone of fire. This changes with each step. The number of hunters, the lay of the land, and the land ownership. Avoid shooting towards or near people, pets, livestock, houses, buildings, and vehicles. Keeping track of your safe zone of fire is always essential, especially while you're on working lands.
Remember, hunting on private land is a privilege. Here are some key considerations to leave no trace.
One of the biggest problems private landowners face when allowing public access on their lands is dealing with trash afterwards. If you access those lands, make sure you carry all of the litter out. And if you have to go to the bathroom, be respectful of that landowner, bury it, hide it, don't leave it exposed by an open gate.
Another key consideration for hunting working lands is the impact of your vehicle. Is it raining and muddy?
Did you know that driving on roads after rainfall can cause significant damage and unnecessary stress for landowners and ranch staff? Poor road conditions can disrupt ranch operations, necessitate road grading, which adds to their workload, and potentially damage adjacent lands where other hunters might be tempted to venture off the road. In addition to causing road damage and halting operations, there are safety concerns to consider. As a hunter, you may become stuck mainly because these private properties are located in remote areas where calling for a tow may be unfeasible, as well as limited cell phone service to call for help.
You should always follow all landowner rules regarding which areas are accessible by vehicle or foot only. Leave gates as you find them. Know how to identify and avoid driving through noxious weeds, and do not drive off-road, park in tall grass, throw cigarettes on the ground, or start campfires when it's hot and dry. Weeds and wildland fire are critical concerns to landowners that can jeopardize their land, livestock, and livelihoods.
If you're hunting with dogs, make sure you keep them on a leash when you're visiting that landowner. And if you drive into his driveway, leave your dog in the vehicle. And by all means, if he does get out, don't let him around livestock.
Being safe and respectful, following Montana's laws and the landowner's rules and regulations, learning about working lands, and keeping private landowners' interests in mind are important ways to ensure you're doing your part to help landowners and hunters alike.
In this course, you learned and reviewed the importance of firearm safety, the considerations for hunting on private land, and the critical importance of taking responsibility for your actions. All the topics we've covered can and should inform your personal hunting ethics, or the moral principles that help you distinguish between right and wrong. Was it right to shoot that skylined elk or that deer on a property boundary? These in-the-moment decisions are up to you, but the implications of your decisions are much farther reaching. Your actions impact not only your safety, but the safety, property, and livelihoods of those around you. Your actions impact the future of hunting for all hunters. Be prepared, be respectful, and make the right choice, even when no one's watching. Remember, it's up to us. Respect access, protect the hunt.
Can't see it unless you turn your camera. She's there. Okay, so that's those are the videos. Like I said, we've got. Do you have one of those? We've got. Probably got a few minor tweaks to make. Okay, good. We got a few minor tweaks to make. I saw one little thing in there as an example, but pretty much that's the video. And then it's a little disjointed to watch them all the videos and then look at the questions, because the way it'll roll out is, you guys know, is there'll be a video and then some questions and then more video, more questions. So I'm not exactly sure. And if Lauren, if you're on, maybe you can help tell us where to. There you are. Do you know where we're fitting in the eastern landowner, western landowner, as far as like order on the videos?
Yeah, I mean, I think with those two would be like what you said, there's gonna be some testing. And so each one will probably have its own little like interviews with the landowner. So on that one, it'll probably be on the test, but I imagine it'd go hunter landowner 1 through 5, and then the landowner at the very end. But that one
Okay.
can obviously be adjusted.
Yeah, so the test isn't online now. So when we compile, we'll put it back online and promote it like we did last year. So any questions?
I'm gonna ask one if I may. So I heard you say there's gonna be minor tweaks. Is that? I mean, are you looking at redoing the videos? Are you just being able to go in and using whatever program you can and making little tweaks to the video where it's needed?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. So this is the slate of videos that we're gonna have. There's, like, I remember we had last year we had, if you remember, the whitetail deer on the fence line scenario. And then that last video referenced that just for a second, but it's not part of the videos anymore. So, you know, we can go in and clip that out. So somebody's like, well, what's this whitetail on a fence like? There's not that question, but that's what I mean. Like, just to tidy up all the little things.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Comment? I thought that there were some additions in there that were very much improved as far as the impact they make in each of these points, you know, for hunter behavior, consideration on the land, etc. I thought it was much improved over the last version we saw. So I would just make that comment. I am curious. So in the beginning of all this, really, it was the video, the course, what's the meaning of it? What's the purpose for it? And how do we roll it out? So, you know, you had 500 and some take it last year. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
So we have a goal for, you know, this current production. Is there some sort of target that we're trying to reach X number of hunters through Montana, and how we're going to do that without a specific incentive, or what's the plan?
Well, I haven't thought about a number, because it's, I mean, one of the things that's hard on this stuff is, you know, how do you get to the people that are going to want to take it? My guess is right now, since they can take it every year and still get the, you know, like we're working on pulling together some prizes for another raffle, so they can take it again this year and be entered in the raffle, which I think is okay. The only thing we've got really to kind of compare it to is our Thank a Landowner program. So that's the program where people can go online and submit a thank you notes and pictures. And we've seen that from year one to year two, the participation in that almost doubled. Like, it was a pretty significant increase. And I think some of that is awareness. And so I think as we roll this out with this fall with a lot of our other It's Up to Us content, and I think we're getting better at the promotion end of it. We've got some other ideas for promoting the program, the whole campaign. So this year we've got on the campaign end, we've got hunter orange vests that are going to be branded by us, branded by Town Pump, branded by the two universities that will be given away at the Brawl of the Wild game. So that's, I mean, I don't know, I'm not sure what kind of attention that'll get, but there's going to be, you know, a couple thousand people in the stadium wearing hunter orange vests that say, you know, FWP, It's Up to Us on it. So that'll be something we'll try, and we're going to try with that campaign with the schools. We've got both mascots engaged in Hunter Ed Field Days that they're going to produce some video content to promote the program, It's Up to Us program. And so along with It's Up to Us are all these components of it, you know, the Thank a Landowner portal and the Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program as being two of those components. So I think we'll get I don't know what to shoot for, you know, as far as a goal, but I wouldn't be surprised if we doubled our participation this year. So.
Thoughts on that, Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Greg, for the effort and changes you made there. Appreciate it. Do you know what the average score was on the folks that actually took it online?
Do you know? No. I could find out. I don't know.
I was curious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
You know, just through SurveyMonkey, so I don't have access. There's no score to the best of my knowledge because it's through SurveyMonkey. It's did you do it or did you not?
Gotcha.
We might be able to dig in though to see, like,
yeah,
there's an analytics piece to that.
Yeah.
I mean, I would use that in my Hunter Ed class personally, but that's also a comment that just, I think it's a refresher. It's not so much something that's advanced in my opinion. So, but I think it would be a valuable tool put in front of the kids for sure. Hunter ed class too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Drew? Thanks, Chair. Thank the landowners that it doubled in participation. Do you have those numbers on top of your head?
Yeah, we were around 1,200 this year.
That's great.
People that submitted, and then last year we were like in that 600 to 700 range.
Do you know how they're entering in, like where they're coming from? Are they coming from a social media post? Are they coming from the website?
Good question. I don't know that. I think insert, because it's a Survey Monkey platform as well. And I think we can look at where the traffic's coming from. So we should be able to figure that out. And I'll see if I can't, on both of those, if I can't get the analytics, and then near next meeting, we can just have that as a report.
Yeah, and obviously you have greater participation in that. I would guess one of the reasons why is because it's simpler, it's easier to do. But if we've got good analytics to say, hey, like 90% of those are coming from a social media post, that would be a good avenue then to just kind of copy and maybe for this.
Yeah, and that's part of the campaign. So the It's Up to Us campaign, the umbrella of it is both our traditional press releases and website, and then the more sort of progressive pieces like social media. And then now with marketing, like there's quite a significant chunk of paid advertising that goes into that. I don't know if you noticed, but I think we've got all the billboards changed now. So there's one on the way out of town that's updated. We've got It's Up to Us as part of the instructor hats now, I think, that we use with Hunter Ed. So is that right? We've got some hats somewhere, but
No, we have It's Up to Us hats that have them, but separate.
Okay, but more materials, the wardens, and I think last year we really boosted the number of can koozies that they had they'd give to hunters. And so we're trying to get the started as an effort to generate a slogan that people will remember. We're trying to get that out as much as we can. So
yeah, I think it's a great campaign. The videos were really well done. You guys did a great job from the last time we saw stuff. It's gotten better every time, but this was a good jump. And I think to the point, one of the things that we've talked about here is, again, the carrot or the stick. How do we get people to participate? I think maybe that's less of a concern if we just get lots of good people participating who are going to be good in the field anyway. It might help with that self-policing that we talk about oftentimes. And if we pound that message home enough with the right people, it'll maybe trickle over to the folks that need to hear it from their peers.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, right now we're all carrot, and that's evolving, but I think, to that end, and maybe this is a good transition to the advanced Hunter Ed, I think we continue to look at ways to keep pushing forward on this, to try changes, try new strategies. And for a long time, we've in more informal conversations, we've talked about advanced Hunter Ed. And I think now that we have the legislature approved the 7 FTE for ComEd for education, that gives us a level of capacity we haven't had before. And so this outline here that I handed out is just kind of a high level schematic of what our plan is over the next year and a half or so to put an advanced Hunter Ed program on the ground. And so the plan with the Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program is to evolve this content into what would be an advanced Hunter Ed program that would have an online component and then a field day. And so, and just to, Francis, if you want to maybe kind of run through sort of where we're at, where we're headed and.
Yeah. Mr. Jordan, you nailed it on the head. The videos for the HLSP are a great diving board for a deeper level of education. From the Hunter Ed world, we do about 4,000 plus or minus a couple hundred adult Hunter Ed online courses. And that adult Hunter Ed is the same course that a 10 and 12-year-old, or particularly for us, a 12-year-old would take online. It's unprecedented nationwide that there is an adult specific Hunter Ed course that's offered online or in person. They're very limited. And so that's, i.e., this is a great step into an advanced hunter safety course. As I've been in this job for a year and a half, we're not focusing on a majority of people who are most at risk, who are taking the youth out in the field, and we're just letting them slip through our fingers. And it's us in this room. It's the people who've been doing this for years and have a bit of complacency in them. So this advanced is to target those guys. And it's a little bit more nuanced and complicated because we have to have a national standards approved for a course if we went to an advanced like this to meet that hunter safety requirement to get certified. But I do feel like we should go that way. We do a really good job for basic Hunter Ed for that 10 to 12 in the state. We do about 4,000 in-person classes a year and throw on about 1,200 online that we teach a field day to. Focusing this advanced to the adults is going to move the needle that we keep talking about. It's a review of firearm safety. And I like that you guys are focused on changing the hunter behavior on the landscape. But the thing that I said when I first came and met with you guys is we're missing the safety part from my standpoint. And so if we can combine this HLSP with the advanced in front of you, I think that we'll be really tackling that and moving the needle. Not only are we getting the youth with this as well, but the adults who are going in the field. And that landowner said it the best, 99% of the people on the landscape are doing the right thing. And so having an opportunity for an adult from a lot of our, anecdotally, a lot of our adults taking our online courses are from urban areas. They're not from rural. And then they're going to the rural and doing this. So this is a great segue for them to go in and access that landscape. So if you go through, I don't need to, this is a 10,000 foot view of the Advanced Hunter Ed course. I think from my position, targeting adults is where our goal should be for me, is really hammering it. So just going through and incorporating the HLSP into an advanced. We've had this conversation before, Quentin, and we just had a really good meeting about it, is shooting, having a live fire, shooting at 400 yards like they do in the Master Hunter. What does that do? Is that necessary for an advanced course? Does that move the needle of safety? Does that move the needle of ethics on the landscape? Or does meeting at a block management with access, with Hunter Ed, with the regional people, and having a field day on that working landscape and talking about what is the issues and concerns out here, knowing where the targets are and in front of and beyond, and doing that with that capacity. I've reached out across, if I digress, Greg, trade me back. I've reached out across to our really heavy hitters in our regions who teach volunteers for our Hunter Ed programs. The average is one time they volunteer, but we have several that teach more than 10 classes a year. And I've reached out to them and said, hey, what is the appetite from you to teach an advanced hunter skill? Come out, do a field day and teach to the adults. And everyone I've reached out to is 10 or more. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we want to do. Our basic Hunter Ed classes are good. Most people want to do the field day because it's fun, but they really want to move that needle of, they see the targeted attacks on public, private land that's publicly accessed and on our public, right? We have a really bad behavior that's affecting every hunter that goes into the field. So we have a really dedicated group of instructors that would go do these and travel. They said, wherever you'd like to do it, we'll go do it. So we have, part of the issue that I've had through this is what's our capacity, right? So staff wise, it's me going out, handling the HLSP course, mailing out hats or whatever it is that we do for those. We're limited on that. The FTEs will help, but I've already burdened them and we haven't even talked about them. I have this magical list, but I think we have a really solid core group of people who teach a lot, that know that we're at risk for losing not only access, but the culture of Montana switch too. So these instructors are ready to step up and do that. So any questions? That was really
Yeah, good. I think.
I don't think I need to go through that. It's that.
Just to give you guys a look, the process for this would be to work with Calcami, who's already our hunter education contractor, to develop the course. Then we would develop the field day. There's a certification process, but we can, and it's unknown at this point how long that'll take to get it to where it's sort of gone through that national qualification filter.
Yeah.
But we can roll it out as a FWP program even prior to that certification. So
As an advance, it just wouldn't hit the hunter safety requirement without accreditation. So
yeah.
Calcami is already making these things for us. So I reached out to them already and asked, and why would I do this as a bubble and try to use SurveyMonkey and this thing, the Calcami has analytics to track age numbers. They can print out data reports and help us do that. So why not use that partnership is what.
Yeah.
Do you have, or will you have additional resources for field day? I know field days were difficult.
Oh, I know. Is this on track to talk? I know I'm coming back to talk to you guys.
Okay.
Kind of give you guys a hunter ed rundown and everything.
Okay.
If I come back and talk about that.
No.
But as far as capacity now, I did the analytics. It's funny you asked that. I just ran the analytics.
You knew I would.
I knew, Donna. We had about 100 instructors teach a field day for online students in the last fiscal year. Just specifically a hybrid course where they do the online and then they do a mandatory in-person field day. That has doubled since the first year when we rolled this out in 2024. So there's some appetite for it. It's growing. It's still not well received.
Okay.
We're still battling quite a bit.
My concern is if we don't catch those youth between that 10 to 13 year age, we're not going to capture them. And that's really where my dedication is.
Yeah.
I'd rather capture the youth than I would an adult.
Yeah.
Because capturing the youth, we also capture the parents
Yes.
and
Yep.
the adults.
Yeah.
So as we're rolling out all this.
Yes.
I expressed my frustration last year.
Yep.
That the youth were falling through the cracks because we were putting so much concentration on adults.
Yeah.
I don't want that youth not to be the center of our attention as well.
Yeah,
I hear you and agree.
well, I would tell you this, that adding the 7 ed techs is what we call them, but the new 7 FTE, that's a significant increase in capacity. And so that is enough of an increase that when we find ourselves without an instructor for a field day, that we can mobilize them to do the field days. That's going to give us that ability. So our commitment is still going to be at that basic hunter ed, the youth, because that they can't go hunting without it. And as we are envisioning advanced hunter ed right now, there isn't that same component. So we don't want to divert any resources away from basic hunter ed. We think with adding the advanced hunter ed, we can do it and do it well without taking anything away from our basic hunter ed.
Well, thank you. That was one of
Yeah.
my largest concerns is my highest priority is the youth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And ours too. I mean, priorities are, fluctuating, but we can't back away. We can't pull back at all from our basic hunter ed requirements. So.
And I won't. I'm
I
gonna
know
continue
you
to
won't.
travel around and teach
Yeah.
kids because I want to fight for kids to have an in-person opportunity, whether it's hybrid where they come in, at least we get our hands on them and they're not going somewhere else.
Right.
We might as well influence them. So I'm going to keep doing that. So I'll do a full detailed report in the, I opted out of what was the next
I
one?
think we'll talk about our work plan tomorrow a little bit, or maybe targeting December.
Yeah, I drew a
Or
special
yeah,
tag, so I won't be at your next one. But in December, I'd like to come back and give, as you and I have talked, a full report of where we at as a condition across hunter ed, how we're moving forward. But yeah, I anecdotally, I've taught almost 600. I'm almost reaching 600 students taught myself for the field day for online. And how do I train ed techs is another way, but train also volunteers to take those lessons. So I'm moving that needle.
Right.
I feel very good about it, actually.
Thank you.
Thanks, Donna.
So before we move from this, Paul, do you have any other comment or question?
No, not really.
No? Stephanie? Yeah,
I'm good.
Just a quick one, but I know with some of the other activities with some of this adult hunter ed stuff is talking about 400-yard stuff, I think. And maybe that was part of the discussion, but the focus for our activities has been trying to make it more efficient with the equipment that they have. And for them to understand effective range, and that's with archery too.
Yep.
And so that's a little bit different than making them shoot at 400, but I think it's an important point. Yeah.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Drew.
Oh, sounds good. Anything we can do will be helpful.
So the only thing I would ask is on the HLOSB. I don't think you should be satisfied that you've done all this and we've taken all this time and we're just gonna see how many people take it. I don't think that's acceptable. You know, where this came from was just like your two landowners said, people shooting their stuff, leaving garbage, making muddy roads and all that. That's where this whole constant discussion has been. So to just say, we're gonna let it run like the old hunter landowner stewardship program, which had 200-300 people a year taking it, I think is not acceptable for what you guys should want. It's identified, you know, we're gonna be talking about what landowners want and need to participate in programs. And they want hunters who behave well as the number one situation and understand working lands a little better. And I think this is getting at it better than the last one had. So commend you guys on where you've come to with what that product is. I think it's come quite a ways. I was like, yeah, there's some good enthusiasm in there. There's some updated, how do we communicate the folks you get? I don't know how you got them to do it, but it's great to have those landowners on there willing to say it, you know, because not everybody wants to do that. But I don't think you should accept, well, if we get 500 or 700, that's great. There's 120,000 hunters. Jason? I mean, 1% is 1,200. Are you happy with that? So you've got the product. What can you do? And when I asked what a goal would a goal be 10% of your hunters? That's 12,000. I mean, I don't know what the number is. I'm guessing it's 120, probably more than that. So what can you do that doesn't require legislation to get that number? Because that's a lot of work, a lot of effort over some years to get to that point. And that's why we, in the beginning, why are we doing? Yes, to update it, but why? And that's to get adults really to take it. It's not for kids, you know, just to get this seed back in their refresher, in their mind. And I think it should be a more concerted effort of incentivizing. I don't mind giving you stuff, but I think you can have a more concrete stuff offer than a drawing for a few items. Your t-shirts are great. Combining it into It's Up to Us, it's the right compact message, clearly tie it all together. Now, you know, you give them the shirts at the games, great. Make people want to wear the damn shirt. I'm a hunter, I'm part of that tribe. Get me a shirt, you know, sign up, take the thing, you know, let's get people to sponsor shirts or hats. You used to get a hat and a bumper sticker. So that, I'm gonna beat that drum till you get 20,000 people to take this thing.
It is, when you say 20,000, are you just grabbing a number that's
Yeah.
more than what it is, or?
No, I mean,
Delivered about 20,000.
Are there 120,000 hunters?
Yeah, something.
So 1 out of 10 hunters? Is that it?
And I don't know the answer. That wasn't a challenging question.
I don't either.
Is 20 a number that you would nominate?
20,000? I think that'd be amazing. If you had 1 in 6 hunters with this back in their brain when they're in the field. Because we did go to that. There's never enough boots on the ground. So it has to be our boots, the hunter's boots. So yeah, 1 and 6, that would be, I think, a reasonable, although really, if you think about it, how many hunt the party? 1, 4. So just throwing that out there, Quentin, you know,
Yeah.
what's a good target?
Yeah, and I appreciate it, and I just connecting with Greg's response to your first question.
Yeah.
That's why I ask is 20 that number? And
Just like the details of these questions and how you implement them, that's great. I know with Francis on there and looking at this from the educational point of view with the testing and how you're gonna do it, it's gonna be good. We're there, right? So that's great. I don't think we should ever go back to this discussion about what should the content be of this program, because you're gonna move into the next more advanced program, and that's awesome. You know, but that's what all this was about. So I think you guys are missing the boat and an opportunity to communicate some good messaging by having a more aggressive campaign to get people to do it, if we're not gonna require it. I mean, you know me, I would have said, you wanna buy that hunter access or the base hunting license next year? You pop this video on it, take it, go buy your base license.
I think that, I appreciate that, if I'm chair.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm talking about, I'm not on the table, so I didn't do that the first time, chair. Appreciate all of that, message heard. That last piece, you know, where you talked to, does prompt a question, and Francis has referenced some other conversations we've had since last PLPW conversation, knowing that this presentation was coming up. And that was, you know, to use the example, not judging it one way or the other, chair.
Yeah.
The example of the required course. That's one way to accomplish this, right? That connects with another conversation piece where we had, where, you know, you referenced a good hunter on a block management area. Is there a way to think about, that is to say, would it be a worthwhile pursuit? Would it be a worthwhile metric to track? Is there a logistical way to track it? And that is hunter violations on BMAs. So to take it a step further, yeah, you require it, but have you changed things on the ground? You've had people on the ground that are maybe there's more of them taking the test, but are they rolling that forward, and do we see actually a reduction in violations or criticism or complaints that we see? I don't need an answer right now, just to offer some insight as to are we measuring the metrics? Are we measuring indices? And if we are, is there a way we can or should go more directly to what we want to arrive at in the context? In this case, literally tracking the behavior on the ground.
Good questions. I go back to seatbelts. We don't measure that now.
Correct.
But more people wear seatbelts. Do we know that? It all happened so we could have a better safety picture. So I understand. I just think.
Yeah, and Chair, my questions were not challenging ones, just some insights, some additional insights. We're having the same conversation. I heard Ed said, or I heard Greg say, I was wondering if the conversation, if another idea for a metric is that we have a rate of you know, every year we see an increase. Not sure how to think about an immediate arrival at 20,000, but is there also a pace that we need to discuss? And again, not necessarily looking for an answer, Chair. Your point is well made. We should be tracking. I think we agree. We should be tracking success here by one measuring stick or another.
Well, and I think the other point you're making is like, let's push it harder, right? Instead of it's part of just a function of a 5-part campaign, which is it's up to us as 5 components. Let's push it harder. And I think we can do that. I mean, we're limited by a lot of things, but the unlimited thing that I know with my staff is creativity. So we can put our heads together, come up with some creative solutions to push and see. Maybe, I mean, 20,000 makes me swallow pretty hard, but
I advertise. I look
with
what's
you
my
behind
rate of
it,
return gonna be? You know, how many, whether it's on social media or some traditional media, I'm gonna spend this much money, what am I gonna get?
Right.
And I think the job of this campaign, which I think is a great PR campaign, it's up to us this totally fits in it, no question, is how do we get our bang for the buck? You've already invested the time and effort. You already got the money in it, right? Now, is the message good enough to want to get out? I think so. It's a much improved message. Why wouldn't you want to spend some more capital on reaching more than 1,200 people?
Yeah.
I would not run that promotion again if I spent that much money and only got 1,200 customers. I just wouldn't. I do think you have something. I mean, it'd be terrible if 20,000 people took it and you had to give them a hat. I mean, that's gonna cost you 200 grand. Man, $160.
Depends if you can get us a deal.
Well, that'd be a deal. Anyway.
No, I mean,
The only other thing, Greg, in all seriousness, you gotta fix the 5 AM. And then that one Sportsman's Warehouse hat has to go.
Well, forgetting that nitty gritty.
Oh, you're talking camo. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
Chair,
shouldn't-
one thing to add, and just, you said it, but at the end, ultimately, if we're only getting 2, 3, 4, 500 things, people to participate, you know, I would say it's not worth doing in the future. Take your time and money and staff and put it towards the things that are working, just like we're gonna talk about with other things in here today. Same thing.
Yeah.
Can I make one suggestion?
Sure.
That I know you guys are pretty final with the video, but I don't know if there's some way that you can add in like the last video or something. If you see somebody doing the wrong
Oh,
thing,
good
how
idea.
to report it.
Good
Just, keep that self-policing thing, because that really is part of it's up to us as
I
self-policing.
know we've, yeah, and
If you see a violation,
I
You're
think
not
we've
reporting.
talked about if Lauren hasn't developed some video around that. I know it's not part of this right now, but we've been talking about that.
yeah, I think it would be a good addition.
Yeah, because we've got, our tip mont's changed a little.
Mhm.
And so we've developed, part of the promotion of that has been to talk about that. So there might be a way to plug some of that in pretty seamlessly. Great.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. That was great.
Sorry to hold up there, Jason.
Oh, no worries. We don't have any breaks built into Mr. Chair, so whenever you feel is appropriate, we'll take it.
So I was thinking maybe right after you.
Okay.
If that works for everybody.
Up here. So we went through a legislative performance audit last year. There's a legislative audit committee that kind of identifies topics that they want to research, and this happened to be one of their topics. And so in your packets, yeah, and we also provided it in the email, is the report of the legislative performance audit. So what they do is they come interview us, interview staff, interview myself, do a bunch of research. They took our GIS analysis, our actual geospatial data, research all that, look through all of our agreements. So it's not only like a typical audit you would think of, like a financial audit where they're sitting down and going through, did you cross your I's, dot your T's? They're also looking at how does the program function, is it utilized, what recommendations did they make? And so this topic was specific, it kind of started mostly and is contained to the Unlocking Public Lands program. So we talked about last time, the Unlocking Public Lands program has been around actually since 2015. It's a state income tax credit of $750 provided to landowners to allow all recreation as allowed on their public land. And they must do it for at least 6 months in a day or most of the year. So that's why they get their tax credit of $750 income. And they can also claim the credit if they don't have any taxable income. In 2017, that program changed from unlocking state lands to unlocking public lands, thinking, well, okay, we didn't have much use the first time around. It opened it up to federal opportunities as well. So that's where the Unlocking Public Land name came from. So, like I said, last year they went through the audit. They evaluated this unlocking public lands, and so UPL, when I say UPL, or it stands for unlocking public lands, but they audited that program, and then in the process of that, they kind of recognized, hey, FWP, you guys have a whole bunch of other public access programs doing similar things as well. And so they, I would say they comprehensively looked at all of them, but they kind of fringe looked at, okay, you have UPL, we recognize that that's only 4 contracts a year, very minimally used. What about all your other programs? Tell us about those too. And so it kind of expanded a little bit beyond just the really narrow UPL piece. On a high level, the audit, if you haven't seen it, basically the auditors found that there's low appeal, which we already kind of knew. And there's already challenges for landowners with this program. And as we mentioned before, it's at least 6 months of the day, it's all recreations, there's no permission required. They found we had determined to be ineffective outreach. And then one of the statements was that the abundance of the programs, not just UPL, contributed to overall low landowner participation. Then also, when they did some interviews, one of the participating landowners that they interviewed didn't even recognize the name of the program. They didn't realize that this program is what they were in versus that program that they were in. And so they had argued that it led to landowner confusion. And of course, all of us that deal with this every day, it often can be confusing as well because of this, the landscape that exists. So one of their statements as well was that because we have so many programs, they believe that it diverts our attention away from more successful programs. So the first recommendation you'll see was that we, as an agency, basically review all of our public access programs. There are roughly a dozen, and you guys were all provided a lot of content in your mailings and stuff, but we're going to talk about primarily just the 4 main ones throughout this meeting. So there's 4 FWP programs that are statutorily created, I mean, through statute, that we have to implement: block management, public access land agreements, elk hunting access agreements, and then the UPL. So those are the 4 that we have to do. They're required by statute. So we're going to review those, and we'll have, like I said, have a kind of a work session tomorrow talking about, you know, what are the things that landowners are liking, what they don't like, what would incentivize more landowners. But overall, that was one of the steps, was to review all of our public access programs. The next piece of that was then, of course, to develop and present a comprehensive recommendation. So access managers and myself are planning to meet in September to basically do just this: go through our public access programs, come up with an outline, come up with a high level way. Should we consolidate public access programs into something different? But that was their recommendation, and that was based off a variety of different things. But generally looking at, you know, what are the landowner incentives? What would it take? And then, of course, there was a piece about policy and rulemaking with this body, even though you're not really a body that can do that. But we can talk about that. The other one that is going to be new for all the public users, whether it be industry or just hunters or recreationists on the land, is that we will be providing all the access points, routes, and restrictions to our hunt planner, as well as spatial data sets for use outside of FWP's site. So in the past, we provided that with block management, but we never provided, you know, a PALA access route. We never provided an unlocking public lands actual digital route that the public could consume, put in their GPS and follow, staying on that route. We're going to be providing that this year. That was the previous director's direction. So that is also what access managers have been working on throughout the year, to try and make sure that all of our access point, we call it points, lines, and polys, are all available to the public for public consumption. So that was at a high level. That was the audit. Basically, look at your programs, come up with a way to improve and create more efficiencies. What would it take? And then provide the public these spatial data sets. So as any case, the agency gets a chance to then, okay, auditors, we recognize this is what you found. Here's our perspective. Either we agree, we disagree, we partially agree. With both of these recommendations, FWP did concur, so we do plan, like I mentioned, to go through kind of an internal review process to develop recommendations. One of the ways that we're going to identify what we call optimal incentives. So the audit says identify optimal incentives. So what we're going to do is we're actually partnering with BBER, the Bureau of Business and Economic Research at the University of Montana, to develop some questions along with our human dimensions effort to develop a landowner survey. So this landowner survey is going to ask landowners who are not participating in our programs, what are the types of incentives that you would like to see in order to change your mind? Is there a certain even threshold of a dollar amount that FWP needs to provide where you would change your idea about the willingness to allow public access? And so we're right now in the very draft phases of developing that draft survey. It should go out this winter. We'll have results for you guys at a spring meeting next year as part of our development for the 27 legislature for our recommendation. So there is a landowner survey that we're currently working on, and it'll feature kind of those kinds of topics, but the University of Montana is helping us with the economic questions as far as that. And then also with that recommendation one where it talked about rule and regulations, or however the PLPW would be established, is basically just that we would continue to work with the governor and also put a renewed emphasis behind the agency's role with PLPW, and that's in part why you see the staffing. The other one, like I mentioned, Director Temple said, yep, go for it, release all the data. So that's what we're currently working on, and that'll be available mid-August. So that's the audit in a nutshell. That's what we found. Any questions on audits?
Craig, comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, no, just last comment you made about the survey and that kind of thing about trying to find out why folks may not be participating. We look forward to seeing results from that. Yeah, good job with that.
Yeah.
You know, when I read through the audit results, the thing that struck me was there's so many of the things that were listed in the audit that it sounded like an echo from things that we had brought up, I think, many times over the last several years, that here are some things we'd really like you to consider. And now, you know, they're emphasized by the people that conducted the audit, which I guess I'm not surprised by that. I mean, just a comment, not really needed a response.
Stephanie?
Thank you.
Chair, what were the 4 programs? Block management,
So the rest of our meeting, I would phrase it that way, is that we talk about access programs and what we can do to increase participation. We're going to focus primarily on the 4 statutorily required, because there is a cluttered landscape of a whole bunch of other things. It just becomes really confusing, quite honestly, to try and figure out what are we talking about. So the 4 are block management, unlocking public lands, which is what we're talking about now, public access land agreements, which is what you guys review and make a recommendation on, and then the 4th one is the elk hunting access agreements, or 454s.
I just didn't get them all down.
Yeah, number that unlocking public lands. There's only 4 people in the whole damn state of Montana. If you spent more than 1 day on it, it's redundant. Really, there's other things that have been added into the program since that thing came about that are more appealing. So people will go, let's do away with it. That'd be what I'd say. If we can. Maybe we can't, then we gotta go to the legislature to get rid of it.
It's going away.
But also right now, yeah, it's scheduled by current statute to sunset in the 2027 session. And so when the director presented our agency perspective on this, that's what our agency recommendation was just to let it sunset.
I think we ought to concentrate on what works, improve that. That's what I think.
Well, one thing that I noticed in the audit was the abundance of programs, which we've always done, and that. And then the other thing was the lack of personnel to really, get out and meet with the landowners. Those were the two things that stuck out to me.
To Lee's point, let's put effort on those things that work. And I would follow that with a but. If there's people that don't know about these programs, and again, we live in a little bubble or a little echo chamber here, they're not gonna get used because I don't know about them, right? But if now we're giving data to companies like Onyx so they can add that layer to their map, and a bunch of people pull up their phone in August when they get their update, and all of a sudden there's a giant list of these PALA agreements, a lot of people are gonna go, never heard of a PALA, even though we've been talking about it and you've been trying. We're using another tool, another avenue, and we're gonna see a really big increase in use in a program like PALA is gonna get a lot of focus if all of a sudden that data is available. And we know that increased participation could potentially increase partnerships with new landowners. So I'm happy to see that change being made.
Mr. Chairman, is there any tracking of the people that still use Ask First? There's no way to track it, really, is there? But that's the big opportunity, is the friendships and the things that happen, and I don't know how we incorporate that in there, but it's an active program that's been available since statehood. And it's something that it makes a difference. Some people don't want anybody to hunt with their friends, but it's still access, public access, and so I don't know whether it makes any difference, but there's a hell of a lot of. Nobody writes a check for anything, they just go out there and yeah, hell yeah, you need to take your grandkids pheasant hunting or go get a deer or whatever, and so I don't know how we incorporate that into it. Maybe there's no way, but it's kind of the unsung hero of hunting, it's kind of like somebody staying overnight in your spare bedroom, Thanks.
Point, Lee. Maybe we forgot that as an addition to module number 6. Because I think actually now it was Director Temple said, when will hunters take responsibility for their access? And that's
that's kind of what it is now. Hell, if you got some guy that's got his girlfriend in a pickup going around seeing how much mud he can slow around, if he's an Ask First, or he doesn't get to come back, and it's just part of it, I don't know, it's just old school stuff. Thanks.
So Jason, a couple things struck me in this, but I was really glad to see the spatial change on what the department is willing to do with access data, because so I look at, and Drew said it, so thanks for the lead in, Drew, tools. We've talked about this before, and when you go to the legislature, you talk about it's another tool in the toolkit for FWP for access, right? It's always the commentary. But I start thinking about that. I've got a toolbox. I open it up. I've got these tools in here. I don't know how to use this one. And I think that's where we're at. I think sometimes for the department on the access side, there's so many of these layers of qualification in the program. UPL is one of them. They vary from PALA. PALA has overcome UPL, very simple. Okay, but where would it apply? Where would an access manager know to seek to apply it, specifically if UPL exists, or any one of the other 12, but particular to Jason's point, the top 4? How does the access manager prioritize these programs? Okay, so the access manager knowing how to use completely the tools in the toolkit for the access side for the department and and the hunter and the landowner. And then the hunter, how does the hunter know? I've looked at PAL access on the planner or whatever on the website. It's like, it doesn't exist. If you didn't know it was there, you wouldn't know how to get to it. And so if you're getting there, that's a huge positive step. And that's what I see in the Concur. Is that accurate? Is that the department will get there?
Yeah, we're gonna be providing that geospatial data for public consumption.
So then it gets to what I think Everett has tried to bring home for his term. How does the hunter access that technologically in a way that's usable and handy and understandable? So we're getting there, right? So I think even though UPL may be moot, may not, but may be moot, the two recommendations are clearly important points. And I think to resort that, how do we all work towards understanding the tools better, both the program from the department's level to the landowner, and then the hunter's department level to the hunter. And it's just, it seems so simple, but we've had a hard time getting it. I think we have enough programs. I did look at Wyoming's, what is it called?
Access, yes.
Access, yes. And it's easier to dive in there. They have less programs and less opportunity. And what do they have, 1 million acres or whatever it is? Not knocking it, they have a smaller state. But I think that tool is more effective and we've got to get there as quick as you can.
Mr. Chair.
What, would it be possible that Onyx would incorporate the rules and stuff? Is that what they're talking about doing?
That's so when they, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so that would be an example of when the data is provided publicly, they would be able to then map or show on their product the lines that the public would follow. As far as the rules, that's been, I think, the agency's hesitancy for actually pushing this as a public facing item, because if the public sees this as a route that they can travel, I think the fear then becomes, well, then they're just gonna drive it as a walking only route. So that's the piece we have yet to navigate, and I think we'll have to work through in the coming years, and how best work with those kinds of partners that are using those products to display these opportunities, and so that they're being used in the way that they're intended.
But clearly, if you're gonna have that, whatever the parameters are of the access available, if it's not available easily, there's your road to ruin.
Yep.
You know, because people see the access, they're gonna wanna walk, ride a bike, ride a horse, drive their four-wheeler, or get on it. If we don't get in front of that, they're gonna do the wrong thing. We're gonna lose access for the wrong behavior. So, I mean, it should be priority one with access information to the hunter.
Mr. Chair.
What about putting up a box at the Pala places? It'd be great if Onyx could take the rules for that particular piece of ground for the Palas or whatever, or even the block management. They click on that and it pops up with the rules for that particular block. Man, that's a lot of work. I know.
They do that currently with block management for sure.
I mean, if you click on my Onyx, I can get the
Yep,
rules.
it'll pull up
Really?
their pop-up, will give you a direct link right back to our maps and rules. We're also working with our GDS staff, so our data services staff, to map these in a way that identifies like this type of route versus that type of a route. So our hope is that when the public consumption comes of the data, that it's utilized kind of in that way to be displayed differently, perhaps. But we have obviously no control over how, once it's out there, it's out there. So most of your BMAs won't show up on your applications at this point in time. Some of them will, but most of them won't. And there's no maps and rules associated right now because we're loading all that for this coming season right now. So
Okay, I didn't know it was
I'll show,
possible.
yeah, on all of their, either the desktop or mobile versions, you can pull up a direct link right back to the PDF map and rules. And then, of course, if you don't use those products, PDF readers, they call it like a Avenza Maps is one of the primary ones. You can take our PDF and put it into Avenza, and it's a geospatial. So all of our PDFs are geospatial, so they'll show you where you're at on the map.
Another example of this pole that you've probably seen is like on Montana Cadastral. Like if you go look at those state lands on there and you go to click on them, you know, some of them are closed, right, to certain types of recreation. You know, and so that information is available, and it's also then in your app if you look. Just gotta keep
Things
clicking.
that I don't know.
Just keep clicking.
Keep clicking.
It's up to us.
That's good. Be good in advanced course.
But yeah, I think just in general, the points that the audit made in regards to the deficiencies in disseminating that information hold true across the board as much as that can be accomplished. And so we can assume that that part of this, even though EPL may not be the priority, that part of this audit is being taken into account for directives for the department on those levels.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we got to give a huge shout out, right, to all of our GDS staff that have helped us build the infrastructure behind this. Shout out to all of our access managers who are now having to map all of this stuff. That's going to be the next trial, right? As we'll see that your line is actually through somebody's middle of the field because it's not been GPS as the line. We saw that when the sign-in boxes and things came out. But so that's a shout. Like I said, I gotta give shout outs because this is not an easy lift for them to be able to manage all this and then have it publicly available. So
Down in the palace, there's just a sign. Shows
currently,
you where you're
yep,
going.
right,
You don't
exactly. So then
Unless there's
this-
a trail, you don't know where the hell.
So then this
access
fall,
is.
you'll have that trail to stay on the trail, because that was one of the auditors' comments, was they wanted to be in the field where I'm at, trying to be on the correct route, using my device.
So are the access managers, they're using the GPS and then plotting that?
We will
actual
be,
route?
yeah, we're working through some of that right now.
Wow.
We have some of that already.
Because Onyx isn't that accurate.
We have some of that already, but it's not at that scale, right? So we've
We'll
just
get
drawn a
there.
line on a map.
We'll get there, at least we're headed the right direction, you just gotta take a step at a time.
Yep, exactly. Yep. Okay, good on the audit. Anything else on the audit?
I'm good. Anybody else?
I'm not, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chair, I had a question on these conservation leases that are coming out now.
A good question for Glenn.
Oh,
And are we gonna cover those?
I won't talk about habitat management leases or conservation leases in the next.
Knock yourself out, Paul.
okay, well, I did, I read somewhere that they're doing quite a few of them over in Region 7 to the tune of quite big pieces of ground. They used to call them conservation easements, but now they're calling them leases, I believe. And my big thing is they're paying them like $1 million, over $1 million for some of those. Yet they're still gonna go ahead and continue to pay them block management funding too. I thought that was a little double dipping. And
What
I
is
want-
it? I don't understand.
Well,
it.
remember the old conservation?
Yeah, well, we did that on our ranches in hell, but our deal was that you couldn't subdivide it, you couldn't
Yeah.
plow it up. That's what
Well,
we
these
gave
are for
up.
20, 30, 40 years.
30 and 40 years.
30,
So
40
what
years.
are the
Go ahead,
restrictions?
go ahead.
Quentin, can you respond?
Yeah, Chair, thank you, Paul. So Habitat Conservation leases, HCLs, they are leases, they're not easements. Easements are still available, they're still an option. These are relatively new, this particular definition of leases, the last 2 years, I think, maybe 2.5 years. They are 30 or 40-year terms. Those are the two options that the landowner can pursue. They are habitat conservation leases that do allow some public access. Some public access are part of public access as part of the terms. The value of the agreement, that's the way to put it, the the amount that goes to the landowner has its foundation in DNRC's land cover type appraisals. So we look at and I don't think I have it right, but DNRC has a process, I think it's an every 2-year process where they assess land values through the lens of their statutory mission of land use.
So what is it, like CRP then? No use, you just, can you graze it?
Yes.
Harvest timber, what are the restrictions?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Yeah, so what are
So-
you giving up for $2 million or
So
whatever Paul's
for,
talking about?
so for example, it's a prohibition. So let's use one of the focus points is sagebrush with a focus on sage grouse. And so the property would have to have some element of sage brush. That would be the focus of the lease. That wouldn't be the only piece of the lease, but that would be the focus. And you'd want to think about prohibition. So you couldn't herbicide that to extirpate it across the board. Could you graze it? Yes. Does that answer the question? It would be maintaining that habitat type.
So what about timber harvest? Have you still got the use of it to do some of those things? If you're managing it for sustained yields, a state deal, and then every 10 years they come in and appraise how you did and set the fees. Usually you got more grass every 10 years because the fee goes up.
Yeah. So you must have, yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't, I don't think we've had conservation leases. Again, a priority focus has been sagebrush for sage grouse. Making that connection, I say that, that's not a slogan, that's not an initiative, it's just I want to connect sage.
So if
Why
you have,
sage
do
specific?
they count the hawks too, if you have less hawks and they're not eating the sage hens, you
We
get
could
more.
consider that. DLPW said advice.
Thanks for that, Lee.
I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, I had a couple more, if you don't mind.
Same.
I guess the thing that I was thinking about was the public access requirements. I couldn't find anything particular on that. And also, I just thought if they're gonna get, I think one of them was 1.2 million over there in eastern Montana or something. Then why would they continue to get block management on top of that? And that's what I was wondering about.
Chair, and so that's for hunter management, and we don't see those two layers. You keep me on the straight and narrow, Jason. We don't see those two layers as being exclusive of each other. So one is a commitment to access by this amount, the other is hunter management.
Yeah, mitigation of impacts from the hunters around. So we see that not only on the term lease concept, like we're talking about, also conservation easements where the access has been secured, but that doesn't mitigate annual impacts. So that's why they get a block management payment in addition to the payment to secure the access rights.
Mr. Chair, it seems like 1.2 or $6 million is pretty good payment for letting people on your place, but do you know what the public access requirements are for those?
I think each of them vary, right?
Yeah, they do, they're tied to size, and then the access also there's a total number of access, it's formulaic, it's tied to the size of the parcel. And then there's a minimum of that total, so let's just use some numbers, 100 days. Not less than, I think it's 30% would need to be hunting days. And so all of them could be hunting days, not less than, in that case, 30%.
Thank you.
Yeah. We can, that's a future topic of interest, I'm sure we can.
If I could also add, it's one more piece on the financial piece. So the RUD the foundation is in those land valuations that DNRC does, land type evaluations that DNRC does every 2 years. And you can imagine that varies across the state and land types. And then there's a rate of that, a percentage of that is applied for the payment. So it's not 100% of that, it's a percentage of that. I think it's high teens, 20% of that valuation. And then it's 40 years. So it's a lump payment for the 40 years. Just for some insight as to where the math starts and how the math builds. And we've been typically approaching those with lump sum payments. So one lump sum at the front end for all of the 40 years. We're also starting to hear from some of the landowners that they would appreciate maybe a split, at least one split in those payments. Maybe it's across calendar years.
Kind of like a timber harvest, then you whack it all down and get your money and then wait 40 years till the trees come back.
Something like that, yes. Yeah, in the context of the payment schedule, yes.
Any other comment? Yeah.
But just to Paul's point, when you look at the valuation that's paid to a person for a conservation easement or a conservation lease, and Quentin alluded to this. In eastern Montana, the evaluation, if it's whatever the 20% or whatever it is, DNRC's valuation, just say you have a ranch out there that's worth $10 million and they pay them $2 million. One of the things that I think is a real issue is that may be the valuation of it, but some of these premier properties, the asking price is far beyond the appraisal price. And I look at the 73 ranch that is up where the mussel shell dumps into Fort Peck Lake. That, pardon?
That APR bond.
Right. But there was a chance for
RMEF.
And
public transfer.
yeah, and part of it was what they wanted for that land far out exceeded what the appraisal value was, so they could only give them X amount of money for it. And it really killed the program. And I think in certain places, and there's more to the story than that, but I think that's not untypical of a lot of properties in Montana.
Well, there's no accounting for, the Wilkes brothers, somebody said they just sold all the remaining properties they had in Montana to somebody that really had some money and doubled the price they paid 10 years ago. You can't, everything's changing, guys. We can't, in hell that those of us that are natives and grew up here, and then we can't tell our neighbors, okay, what are you gonna do? Hell, when grandpa dies, the grandkids will do whatever the hell. They're living in LA and in Chicago and all over hell. They're gonna take the money. And so you can't say, well, that's too much. It's kind of like Pala for little guys out there on the Whitmire Grazing Association. They gave away their elk hunting for 40 years, hauled the elk in there to start with. And then you get a deal here where you sign up for block management. Well, they didn't sell out to APR, and they didn't lease to an outfitter. They didn't do any of that. They're still allowing all the neighbors to go in there and hunt, and whoever wants to. But the Pala was a way to do that. And, it isn't too much, guys. And there's no way you can equivocate the families that have ranches and the families that either already sold out or wish they had one. There's no way to do that. And so we gotta try to figure out some suitable way to make this thing work. And you can't say, oh, that's too much compared to what? The Wilkes brothers bought a ranch, the N bar, and then put the pronghorn on it. They bought it from Earl Holding. He owned an oil company, and then they all of a sudden they find somebody that's really got some money and they double their value. Hell, you can't do anything about that. It's a free country. But they're not letting public access in.
So maybe we'll take a break.
Oh, go ahead. Are we done on the access topic?
Well, on that one. No, we're not done on access.
So we'll switch to the legislative discussion.
That was my question.
Or if you'd like to.
We could wait
That's-
until after the director goes.
Yeah, that'd be fine too.
Until
3.
Chairman Ed,
Yeah, let's take a quick break.
could I ask one just
Oh,
for
yeah.
clarification? Thanks. Quentin, so paying for a lease for partial value, is access within that language considered part of the value? Is access used to help?
It's a great question, Chair.
I'm just
No,
curious.
I think a more appropriate way and for those circumstances to think about the access is it's a requirement in a formulaic application for participating in the program.
Okay.
And then the dollars are singularly derived from that DNRC.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a great question.
Thanks.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute. Thank you. No, no.
I'd love to come and give.
Yeah, it's
To
irritating.
get at least some ten.
Yep.
Green. Me and Kyle.
Yep.
They're so loud out there. I shut the door. Oh my gosh, they're having way too much fun. Well, hi, folks. I'm Christy Clark. I'm the new director as of about 6 months ago, so still feels really new. The workload's quite heavy right now as I'm still getting my feet under me, but got a good leadership team in place. And I'm looking forward to, evening out that workload a little bit. So for those of you that don't know me, and I don't know what you know about me, but I'll just launch into my background. So I grew up on the Rocky Mountain front, ranch kid, and my maiden name was Sam. And I just came from a meeting at the governor's office, and one of their people was just floored at my maiden name. So I'm just going to throw it out there. So you know where I come from, my roots, deep roots on the Rocky Mountain front. I was a 5th generation rancher. My daughter is ranching in Choteau right now. And raising her kids and she's also part of Farm Bureau, but they're state policy advisor. So we talk a lot of shop in our house. But then after I graduated high school, left, because I was that ranch kid that was like, oh my gosh, if I ever see another tractor or fix one more piece of fence, I will lose my mind. So I'm out of here. So I went to California to go to college. And then, after a while, you get an appreciation that you didn't have growing up. And so we eventually made our way back to ranching in 1995. And the place where we ranched is just west of Choteau, and very impacted with grizzly bears. And so that was my biggest interaction, other than Quentin and his sheep project. My biggest interaction with FWP was through grizzly bears. And it wasn't always great. I mean, it just like any of those things, there's a lot of tension and a lot of friction and a lot of hemming and hawing. But I did come to appreciate the work that FWP does and appreciate, we all have jobs to do. And I was trying to raise sheep, cows, and kids in, deeply dense grizzly bear population. And it was a challenge. So while we were ranching, we ranched from 95 until 2015. While I was ranching, I ran for the legislature. So I served 3 sessions as a legislator from that area. And I served in 11, 13, and 15. And I really liked advocating for agriculture and natural resources and all the things that are important to our lifestyle. But I really hated running for office. And I feel like I was just on the edge of politics getting super divisive. And that was when I was like, oh, I'm not going to fight for 90 days and then come home and fight to keep this seat. So, but I liked advocating and working in that arena. So we finished the session in May of 15, and I started working for Department of Agriculture in October of 15. So short time frame between and I was still finishing my term. But it was a marketing and development position in agriculture, and it was just so fun to market and develop agricultural products. And I really enjoyed that work. And then I moved around the department, and I was serving as deputy director under a couple of different directors when Governor Gianforte appointed me the director of agriculture. And so I was there up until I moved here. And so y'all probably want to know how that conversation went with the governor when he was like, so how do you feel about FWP? I'm like, what? And he's like, no, I think that Dustin had retired and Marina was doing a great job as acting, but he's like, I have this idea. And he said, it's been my position always to improve relationships between FWP and agriculture, but also to expand access. And really how we're going to accomplish that is through, private lands and, whether it's block management or, habitat conservation leases or upland game bird enhancement programs. I mean, whatever that looks like, fishing access sites. He's like, that's a big emphasis for the governor is to increase access. And that's how that all, ties in with my background. And so we talked through it a little bit, and he's a decisive man and he's bold. And I think it was a Tuesday morning called me, said, I need to see you Wednesday in my office at 9 a.m. And I was at Grain Growers Convention. I didn't even have a car. I was riding with staff. My husband had to come and pick me up. So I went and met with the governor, and it was just the two of us. And we talked through it and said, okay, let's do it. And that was on a Wednesday. He said, report to FWP on Monday. Oh, but don't tell anybody until we do a press release. I'm like, well, I think they're gonna know something's up when I start packing my office. But it's been an absolute joy to be at FWP. The staff has been outstanding. I mean, I came in December 9th, I started here. And obviously legislative session started in January. And I mean, I walked into this literal room and to the staff and said, I know how to be a legislator and I know how the process works, but I can't go up there and talk about bonus points, licensing, wolf regulations. I mean, I can talk tangentially about it, but I can't get into the details. And I said, I'm going to really need you guys. And wow, did they step up. This team, I mean, poor Renee, gosh, she was like in week 2 and she was at the podium in front of a legislative committee talking about parks. So there's not a lot of lead time here. Just kind of baptism by fire, but we had a really good session. I was really proud of the work that the staff did. And I'm not kidding when I say I walk in here every day and there's a staff that helps me to succeed. And yeah, the workload is, it's a little bit overwhelming and the workload's heavy. It just is. And it just this week put the leadership team in place. Jeff Hindoin is the deputy director. As of Monday, I think he's in his official capacity. And I changed our communications position. So Garrett Turner is our public relations manager, public affairs manager, and that's combining communications with policy. And so if you've seen how we talk about things change, it's a shift in how I want the conversation to come out of Fish, Wildlife and Parks. And I want to make sure that we're communicating internally, but we're communicating externally and that we're all singing from the same sheet of music. And the governor he's put a very aggressive agenda in front of me. We are doing a huge rivers access projects where we have identified river access gaps and then tasked the regions with all finding places in those gaps where they could have potential fishing access sites, you know, either through a partnership with DNRC, BLM, or, you know, a private acquisition. And so the regions have been really busy working on that. We presented to the governor yesterday. And so that's kind of what, I mean, that'll be the theme that I'll continue on is just continuing that. The other thing, and I think for the importance of this committee, my style is, and at agriculture, this was really important. I need to be engaged with the public. And so I have a leadership team behind me now. I'll be able to get out more and more in front of the public and interact with folks, but I will be leaning on you guys. And I don't know what the history is, and I've tried not to pay too much attention to history. I know sometimes history is important, but I've really tried to stress that we're not looking backwards, we're looking forwards. And so I'll be leaning on you guys for collaboration and for information and for anything that you can do that will help me and the staff do our job better. And I tell you, the staff has been outstanding to work with. I couldn't be happier. And I know there's ups and downs in every administration. I hope you guys find us helpful. I hope you find us collaborative, and I hope you find us good listeners. And as we look forward to the 2027 session, I mean, we'll be talking about ideas that we can move forward collectively, but it's also okay with me to disagree at times. We don't always, hi, Alex.
Sorry, Alex.
Are you late?
At another meeting. Many meetings.
But I'll be looking for opportunities where we can collaborate, share ideas, and you guys will hear things that I don't hear. And I'll give you a 60,000 foot of things that maybe you don't understand. I met with one of our administrators this morning, and it was just a concern that sometimes with the new media policies that I put forward, people feel a little bit constrained. Maybe he didn't go so far to say micromanage, but I mean, they do. And I said, it's not that I don't want people to have the freedom, because I do, but I want them to understand that I'm just gonna see things that they're not gonna see. And I think that's really important in a relationship. I'm gonna understand you're hearing things and seeing things that I don't, and vice versa. And that we all bring our own lens to the table. And my lens will always, no matter how many hats I wear, my lens is always going to be somewhat agriculture, just because it's just my roots. It's in my blood. It's just what I do. It's what I've always done. And but with that, I would like to have just conversation. Like, I'm a very conversational person. I don't usually talk this long uninterrupted. I'm so glad you interrupted me. I was on a roll, Alex.
That's right, I ruined it.
No, but I'd like to just open it up to the floor. I'm happy to visit anything that's on your minds. I'd also just like to hear a little bit from each of you, where you come from, what your perspective is, and why you want to serve on this committee. So we can start with Paul, because Paul's not short on words.
No, I guess not. Yeah, I'm from Bozeman, originally from Miles City. I've been outfitting. I started outfitting in the 70s. And I went to school and took a sabbatical until 95. Got back in the outfitting industry, kind of looking at winding it down now. But I have been very actively involved over the years with some fish and game issues, particularly the archery elk permits. I mean, almost got me started in this. So I just think that my thoughts are here is that it's a private land public wildlife council. And I think one of the key people that are missing from this conversation, and I'm trying to bring more landowners into the mix. I spent the last couple of weeks trying to get some comments and stuff and trying to, I hear when I talk to the landowners, what I hear out there is not what you guys are gonna be hearing. It's just that they're kind of, they feel like they're not being heard out there. And they've kind of given up on the process. I looked at some of the public comments. I've got them here with me back in 2008 when they started the archery elk permits back then. They had 1,800 written come in and 2,000 public comments at the 44 meetings they had. I don't think we're getting anywhere near that now. And after that, they all opposed all this, and a large majority of the people opposed those proposals, but they did them anyway. And people got disenfranchised. They were just felt like they weren't being heard. And so that's kind of how I got involved with a lot of this. I've been very active in that kind of stuff, with MOGA and the outfitters. And so that's kind of what I think needs to be done.
It's great. Thanks, Paul.
I'm Donna McDonald, and I think we met at the MOGA convention
Yes.
last summer. And I'm also an outfitter, but the outfitting industry really was the reason we were able to keep the family ranch for 5 generations. And as times changed, my grandmother was forced to sell most of the property, and the only way to make a living was to give it to the outfitting. And so right now, my grandchildren are on the ranch, and that's fabulous. Out of the 5 generations, 4 are still alive on the ranch. So my mom and dad are still there too. So there's plenty of people telling people what to do around that. Yeah.
No shortage of bosses.
No shortage. But I have been involved with the PLPW since I think Governor Markser appointed me years ago. And so I've been off and on. I was part of MOGA board. I'm currently on the Rocky Mountain Mountain Foundation National Board. So I believe in access. I believe in the hunting. And the reason I like the PLPW is its related stool is what we often would refer it to as the landowner, the hunter, and the outfitting community. And if we could come together and come up with a solution in this room, we have power in legislation.
Absolutely.
And across the state. And that's kept me involved and kept me going to open up that additional access.
That's great. Thank you.
I'm Stephanie Prater. I'm currently living in Lewistown. I grew up in Helena, though. Most of my life I spent in Helena. I represent sportsmen and women in Montana. I serve on the Montana Bow Hunters Association as vice president. And then I also was on the Citizens Elk Advisory Group for FWP a few years ago. I think that access is just so important, and that's why I decided to serve here, is to try to keep giving back and build those relationships between landowners, outfitters, and sportsmen. I think it's just really important. So
Appreciate your service. Thank you. Yes. Hi.
Hi, my name is Dale Trivy. I am from Miles City. And I've lived in Montana since 1988, worked for the BLM all of my career until I retired, and had a very close working relationship with the department in many capacities over the years. I think telling some people today is, since I moved here in 88, I think I've been on one council or another between the Upland Game Bird Councils, two iterations of Game Bird Councils, two iterations of PLPW, and almost every year that I've lived here, and then worked with the department in other capacities. Being a sportsman, I'm passionate about hunting in public lands, but I also feel like I have a very good connection with the landowner community, especially in Eastern Montana. Still consider many of my ranching friends I knew in my professional life as some of my very best friends. And I think I can bring a perspective in terms of the private BLM interaction, just from all my years of experience. I think it's a benefit that I can bring to the council, and I've really enjoyed being on this council.
I appreciate you, all the different things you serve on too. And they all add to the conversation. They're all important.
Thank you.
Hi, Chrissy. I'm Craig Jordan.
Hi, Chris.
Congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I grew up in Great Falls, and actually my first job with Fish, Wildlife and Parks, who I worked for 30 some years, was with Bert Goodman on the Sutton River Wildlife Management Area. And so you and your family were neighbors.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't hold that against me. My family can be a rough bunch.
You understand conflict and wind, that's for sure.
Yes, I got those down pretty well.
Yeah, I made a career out of Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and then went on to help with big game research and hunting coordination on a conservation ranch in the Bitter MPG ranch. And so that's kind of where you see me now. And I think a lot of my career and even now with the ranch is public access has been a big deal, and trying to be creative and find ways to gain access. And the owner that I work for now has been remarkable as a non-resident owner, I would say, in allowing public access, free public access for deer and elk. And so it's always been kind of an important thing. So I appreciate a chance to kind of bring whatever I've learned and what I'm going to learn from the rest of the folks to the committee here. So
Great perspective.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Director. I'm Drew Stamberger. I grew up in Forsyth.
Okay, nice.
I live in Billings now. And it's really interesting appointment here. I see the access issue from a lot of different lenses. One, personally, I'm a sportsman. My family farms in Forsyth, so I kind of get to see that landowner perspective. I've been in the hunting industry professionally for right around 20 years now. Various companies, I own my own business now. And then at the farm, we actually operate a lodging facility there that caters to public land sportsmen. So I'm here to advocate for them for personal reasons, but then also I see the economics behind it and the tradition and history behind it as a Montanan as well.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Ray Rugg. I was born and raised in Western Montana. My folks started out fitting in 47. And except for time in college and service, I went right back into outfitting when I got out of the service. And that was 70, so, and I'm still outfitting.
Wow. That's awesome.
I've been on, lots of fishing game boards on in Region 2, and been on a lot of the RMEF boards. I was on the National Board of Directors of the Mule Deer Foundation. And everything I've done my whole life has been hunting and fishing, farming, but just about all of ours, well, we outfitted Montana and Idaho, but it's never been private land. It's all been Forest Service in that. So it's a lot different than everything we're dealing with here and that. But I have enjoyed the stuff done here and worked a lot with Region 1 on the Pala projects up there and that. And this is the last time you have to see me. My last meeting.
Oh, I'm disappointed. Well, thank you. And thank you for your service. But I don't blame you. I'm 59 and I talk about retirement all the time.
One thing Drew forgot is he grows some really good honey.
Oh,
If you
nice.
need Some, he'll bring you a pie jar at least. With Drew.
I'm gonna need that moose tag first.
I don't know, honey for moose tags, like, it is funny, people do think like somehow we can put our thumb on that scale. No, no, so
Hasn't
far,
worked for anybody.
no. No.
Director Ahmed Deal, from your chair, and I've been on the council, I think, 9 years. Through Director Hagner originally, Director Williams, Warsec, Temple, and now you.
Yeah.
I actually, everybody in Helena, I live in Helena. I own Capital Sports, so I'm in the sporting outdoor world, selling guns and ammo to create PR money and DJ money, so we can all hunt and fish. I'm here because I love hunting as a wildlife management tool. I believe in our model that we have in the United States. When Director Hagner was up, this department had a funding issue with licensed revenue sales, and he asked me to serve on a council, the licensed funding council. And it got me very interested in the department's work when I saw the dedication and the hard work that all the folks do in the groundwork of this agency. I thought, how can I be a little part of that? So I get to live vicariously by doing this, and Hunter Ed. But I'm not a native. When I was 19, I moved to Montana after meeting a native young woman from Red Lodge. And after spending a week with her and her family at their ranch in Red Lodge, I decided I was not going to move to Beverly Hills, but I was going to move from Phoenix to Red Lodge.
Nice.
So, I think one of the things that really strikes me about Montana is the complexion of the land. And you being a rancher and knowing the legacy and heritage of Montana, I really think that Montana is an extremely unique place in the 48. There's a lot of great states. They all have their unique beauty and features. But Montana has created a legacy that's very different from the rest. And just as a big extreme difference, Texas and Montana. Nothing wrong with Texas. They got great barbecue. But I appreciate the complexity that Montana has with its land ownership and the need for hunters to understand that and do a good job of hunting in relationship with the landowners that provide the stewardship for animals.
And that is just such an important tool in agriculture, is the management of wildlife. I mean, whether you do it through block management or my kids that are on our place in Shoto. I just happened to be there during hunting season, and my daughter was on one phone and her husband was on the other phone, and they would talk, and then they talk to each other, trying to coordinate because they know they have one shot to bring that whitetail population down, and this is it. And they need assistance from the public, or they're going to be hurting in their alfalfa fields.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you have too many grizzlies then.
Well, that is another story. Don't get me started.
But anyways, I really appreciate the opportunity to serve in with these folks. And as I've said to you a little bit before, you know, your access team that I've got to work with over the time, they do a remarkable job. You know, you should feel pretty confident that they're out there busting their chops to make this work to the best of their ability with the tools they have. So it's been really an eye opener and great to see. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, my name's Lee Cornwell. I grew up, my grandfather came here from West Virginia and Maryland, right on the dotted line there in 1886, before the state before it became a state. And so he worked in Helena for 5 years, and then his uncle staked him to a band of sheep. He went over there north of the Milk River, and we've been there ever since. We've been in debt for so long we can't leave. So my family's been there since 1892, and we've served industry organizations and different things. No political offices. I had an uncle that was a county commissioner for a while, but we just, and so that's kind of trying to bring the landowner's perspective. I remember when hunting access was asked first, and you know, and we've always had that, and so anyway, it's been a privilege to serve on this thing, and I try to bring the hillbilly perspective to what's going on.
Well, I appreciate that.
I don't think Lee's no hillbilly. Great perspective all the way from England, right?
Well, I don't know where they were.
Way
They
back.
might have come with chains. And then something got away, got through the Cumberland Gap. We never stopped.
We do have two members that aren't here today, Everett Headley,
Mhm.
and comes from he's on the sportsman side, and Cindy Cohan is in Butte. She will be here tomorrow. And she's on the sportsman side.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Nice. Well, I'm scheduled for half an hour, but I don't know what your calendar is like, but this is the last thing that I have on mind for the day. So I'm happy to stay and visit, but if I don't want to mess up your agenda.
Was that an offer or what?
I know, I was
Yeah.
like, wow.
No, please. Yeah, I mean, unless, like I said, unless I'm messing up your agenda. Okay, I feel like I talked too long.
You started with Paul, remember?
No, I'm happy to answer questions about, you know, FWP direction, I mean, partnerships with you guys, whatever, I mean, whatever, I'll just throw it out there. Nothing's off the table. I'm happy. But yes, please.
What did the elk deal ever turn out like? I got some friends. We thank God we don't have any elk on our ranch. But we got friends that-
Not many people say that, but okay.
There's a bunch of my friends have ranches where there's elk, and the elk numbers are just, they're impacted, especially when it gets dry like it is now. They go out there and seed a bunch of oats, and then the elk come in and eat the oats, and then the calves don't have anything to eat, and they can't hunt any elk because they were so patterned now. They shoot them and they shoot at them and they run for cover over on the neighbor's place. They can't get at them, you know, and so I don't know where we go from here. They're working on a plan. Did they come up with a new one?
That's a Quentin question.
Sharon Lee, there is a new elk plan out. But I think we're 2 years into it now.
It's the one they had Fryer had when he was running the Castle Mountain. I went to college with him. He said, should be like a duck stamp. You could have 6 in possession and get 3 a day and have 6 in possession because there's so damn many elk.
I haven't got quite that far. We do have a 3-day, we do have 3 elk available.
Oh, okay.
Through legislative action.
Sure.
Director?
Yes.
I would have a lot of questions, but
Sure.
for the sake of time, I think technology is a big topic
Mhm.
moving forward.
Mhm.
And, you said the governor's directive was to have more private land get opened or finding ways to work
Mhm.
with private landowners for access. I think a nuance of that is landlocked public land within that. Can you maybe speak on those two topics?
Sure. Well, I can tell you, I mean, the easy one is technology, and that you all probably know the governor's background is technology. And he wants everything online, everything. And at agriculture, we knocked heads on that because the farmers still like to go to the post office and have their piece of paper and sign it and put it in the envelope and go back to the post office, because going to the post office is an event when you live in a rural area, right? But definitely, and the governor, I just recently talked about this, how nice it would be to be able to just go online for block management as an example. The landowner can just say, okay, you're signed in online. They don't have to go out. Right now, I was talking to somebody the other day, they hunt on McCamey's, and the McCamey's have to go out there, sign the thing, hand it to them every day. And so, I mean, the block management is a challenge, I think, for landowners for that reason, where if you could just sit at your computer and be able to check those boxes, it would be a game changer. And I know we've worked hard on that. Our online block management is getting there. The online tag system, the licensing systems, those have now 40% usage. And so I think we'll see more and more. I'm gonna have to be honest, I go fishing with my husband and he has to have that piece of paper. And I'm like, it's on your phone. And he's like, but yeah, but what if my phone falls in the lake, right? And so I think there's still, my husband being one of them, a contingency that will slowly age out, and we will get more and more buy-in. My son is the opposite. He wouldn't do anything with a piece of paper. He does everything off his phone. So it's definitely I think you'll see us just move more and more that way. And the other thing that I think is really interesting, it came out of the session, there was a lot of questions and a lot of bills around reporting, mandatory reporting, voluntary reporting, surveys. We call it reporting, but it's really surveys, right? And it's how we get that information of where we need to go, what management needs to look like for those species. And that's the next piece that I think you'll see as a really good tool for FWP, will be not only can you get your license online, but then you can also do your harvest surveys. You can fill out your tags already electronically. And so I think you're going to see technology move us forward, not just on the utilization side of game management, but on how we manage game. And so I think that's pretty exciting. I'm not a big IT. I don't have a strong background in IT. And state IT is always a challenge. Our state had just announced last week that we are centralizing all IT in the state. So all of the IT will now roll up to one central agency in the state. It'll be under the Department of Administration. And so I'm not sure what that's going to look like. I mean, we'll still have them embedded in the agency, but they will be answering to Department of Administration. So that's going to be a shift. And I personally don't know what that's going to look like. It's just a change. It makes sense. Like conceptually, they're also centralizing human resources and procurement, purchasing, how we purchase, which all those make sense. Conceptually, it's just a challenge, I think, to get state agent, to get a state to move that way, but lots of other states have. What was your second question?
So you had mentioned that the governor had said accessing of private lands or cooperating with private lands. And I had mentioned the landlocked public lands that are within those.
Yep.
Is that part of that?
Oh yeah, it's a big priority. It's a big priority. And he has a checklist for access. And I mean, number one, when we're looking at doing, whether it's a habitat conservation lease, a long-term lease, or an easement or anything like that, his checklist is number one, public access. Number two, unlocking locked up public lands. And those are the two top criteria that he looks at when we're considering, is this a good project? Is this worthy of pursuing the project? There's some other ones in there. I mean, the habitat's a part of it as well. But for him, the two biggest things are unlocking landlocked public lands, unlocking big sections too. And if we can, you know, some of the easements that we look at, you know, can we connect them too? So that you don't have, you know, if you have a big piece of public land, but you only have a tiny access over here, can we add another access to connect to that? So it's a big part of his agenda as well. And he's very focused on the rivers. He's a fisherman. And so, you know, we've analyzed all the access deserts and trying to figure out. And so this was his idea. He has good relationships with the cabinet, with Trump's cabinet. And so he said, identify Forest Service land, BLM land, there's some USDA land, and he personally reaches out to those secretaries. You know, he said, I'll call Burgum, Secretary Burgum, but also I'll call Brooke Rollins, you know, the Secretary of Agriculture. There's a piece of river property that is connected to a research block for USDA. And we identified that as, that would be a really nice fishing access. And he's like, well, yeah, I'll call Brooke Rollins. So he's keenly focused on that, but he's also not afraid to leverage his position to help us further those in any way.
Thank you.
Mhm. Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Mhm.
We had a meeting in May and we talked about our priorities for the future.
Mhm.
We've been heavily involved in the public access land agreements. But one of the discussions that we had in May centered around public access fishing agreements. And I just heard you talk about emphasis on fishing areas. It's an area that I really believe the state could put more emphasis into. The amount of money that's available to support those agreements is extremely limited. And the amount, as I understood, the amount of money that could be paid to a landowner. Living in Miles City, I make 2, maybe 3 trips a year west to fish on the rivers. But there's a lot of rivers that landowners will allow people to walk up and down the bank. And then there's some that won't. But I just think it's a place this department could really serve the public in a capacity that to date has been woefully underutilized. And I think there's tremendous opportunities out there to move that program forward.
You know, it's interesting you say that. We had a leadership meeting. It was the end of April, and one of our regional supervisors brought that up. And she offered to spearhead that program. And it's a program that's been in existence for a while, but it just seemed like it got set on a shelf for some reason. And it hasn't been in the front of anybody's mind. So Kendra pulled it off, she's dusting it off, and we're pushing that out there. And as a tool that we can offer landowners, especially if they have river access. So I agree, it is a tool that for some reason, I don't know what the history of that is. Why, if they just thought people didn't want to do that. I don't know if it was maybe a reaction. I know it seems like stream access was a long time ago, but in history, it really wasn't. So I don't know if it was, you know, and it's still controversial some places. So I don't know if they pulled it back for those reasons, but anyway, it was brought up and I agree, it's underutilized, and we are working on pushing that back out there and really giving that a bright light. Yeah, I think that's a great point. Yes, Paul.
Yeah, I know we've talked, you and I've talked a little bit about relationships with landowners and stuff. And I think we kind of struggle on the department's gonna reach out to these people. How, have you done any more thoughts on that? And besides this, I know you're gonna do a survey.
Yes.
Have you come up with any other?
Yeah, I have. So just from my experience of being a rancher, it seemed like, and I might have shared this story with you, it seemed like public comment periods, this was dating myself, but this was before you could Zoom into a meeting, right? And so you really had to go in person to make public comments. And it seemed like those public comment periods were every June 2nd in Helena. And June 2nd is the day we move our cattle to the reservation grazing leases, right? And I was like, you did this on purpose. But I think one of the things that we've done in talking to landowners and just being sensitive, the commission meeting is going to be at a time when, most ranchers and farmers will be harvesting and haying. And what I told them is that I'm happy to take those meetings out to them. We can do town hall meetings. And they can, and now obviously they can submit comment, through emails and through Zoom, and it's easier than it was when I was in that situation. But just a sensitivity, I think, to their schedules. It happened to me at agriculture too. We had a program that was called Grow Through Agriculture, and the submission date every year was right in the middle of haying and harvest. And they're like, we just can't get farmers and ranchers to apply for these grants. And I was like, did you ever think about what they're doing at that time of the year? And so we moved those dates. And so I think part of it is just an awareness of their schedule. And then the other thing I think is we have to be responsive, right? We have to listen. It's really important that when we do go out and we take those public comments, that we listen to them and that we appreciate all that they give to our way of life in Montana and all of the hunting that they provide. Like I said, with my kids, they don't get anything in return except that they get the wildlife harvested. And my husband and I did the same thing, except there was always this family that brought us a box of chocolates at Christmas, which was really appreciated. But I think just acknowledging that too, I think helps. If you have other ideas, I'm happy to listen.
Director, back on other agency cooperation. So BLM, Forest Service, we were talking with the governor about that. I think one of the things we've seen in particular, maybe in the western part of the state, is the impacts on both wildlife and hunting pressure when western forest lands aren't managed as a habitat well, and then those animals are down on private land for the food resource that they need. And we've had ag in here, US Forest Service and the BLM in that discussion some years ago, trying to create a memorandum of understanding, but it didn't really seem like there was any way to create something that would actually impact that. So you would have better habitats. Everybody talks about it, but to actually have it happen, it interconnects with fire management and all those things. But if you check the lands out in the western part of the state, so many of those deer and elk have to get down the bottom
because there's just nothing to eat.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the governor can have, besides access.
Yeah. Well, and
they're all down on alfalfa.
Yeah, the secretary for the U.S. Forest Service was just here last week, and they signed a cooperative agreement to put, I think, 200,000 acres of U.S. Forest Service under state management for the use of forest. And so I know he is keenly focused on that, and the director of Natural Resources and Conservation, Amanda Castor, that's been, I would say, her biggest focus. That is a large agency. DNRC is a large agency. It covers water, forests, lots of other things. But I would say Amanda Castor's focus has been forest management, and this governor has been pretty keenly focused on that. It's a large problem to walk back. There's so much that has happened, and I don't disagree. I mean, you go into those dense forests and you're like, yeah, nothing can grow here, nothing can live here. And we've almost created deserts through lack of management. And I think you'll see movement under this administration, the Trump administration. I know those cabinet members are pretty aggressive with trying to get forest management into state hands. And as much as DOJ scared me, it also, because it did scare me, it did make me think that the federal government is going to move more towards state management of resources. And I think we're seeing that. I think we're seeing that movement. And that for me is a little bit reassuring, because no offense to the feds, and I know work for BLM, and I don't mean to offend anybody with that, but I do think that state management of resources is a better opportunity than federal, just because we're on the ground. You know, we're closer to it. Mhm.
One last one for me.
Yes.
So how can we best be of help? I mean, you mentioned ears and that contact with the public. Is there anything specific guidance wise that you would point our direction?
I would just encourage communication, and you're welcome to reach out to me directly, but we have an amazing staff. I think is always, their ears are always open, and we're always happy to hear that. And I talked a little bit about perspective. I'm going to see things that you guys don't see, and you're going to see things that I don't see. And if there's something that you think that we're not seeing, flag that for us, because we just live in different worlds. And as much as I want to get out of my office in Helen, if you saw my calendar this week, you would know how hard that is right now. So I think we just have to utilize you guys as our eyes and ears, and communicate, like, emails, phone calls, drop in when you're around. And Ed, you've been great about dropping into the office, and that's really helpful. I think FaceTime, and I don't mind, I'm always happy to get an email, but I'm also always happy to just sit down and have a cup of coffee and just tell me what you're hearing. Because and if you think that, you've hit a roadblock, you're always welcome to bring it to me. But like I said, the staff has been amazing, and we have great people that take those comments to heart. And like I said, we're not going to agree on everything, but just to open those lines of communication up a little bit. When I was in agriculture, I just leaned on the boards so heavily, and the public, because you get in these positions, and you have the contingency of people that just tell you what they think you want to hear. And it was really important to get out and to hear the things that maybe it's hard to hear, but maybe those are the things we need to hear the most. So any kind of communication is appreciated, Ed.
I have one quick question. Wildlife disease in agriculture. I mean, we're starting to see more CWD in our area as more wildlife concentrated on private land. And I've worked a little bit with their staff with wildlife diseases, and they've been wonderful to work with. As a compliment, a question at the same time is, what is that future look like for management of wildlife disease?
Well, the heavy monitoring right now, and monitoring and identifying pockets, and there is research going on. I mean, and it's not just CWD, it's also avian influenza. I mean, that's another big one that's pretty terrifying, because it doesn't look like there's a path forward, and it looks like it just keeps mutating into other areas or other species. So I think for us, we've got great biologists and a great research team. And I think just keeping that research going, keeping the monitoring going, and so that at least we're aware of where those pockets are and those densities are. And understanding we're just going to have wrecks. We had a wreck with the sheep this year. We lost a whole herd of sheep, and it just understanding that even that happens. one of the things we were gonna do last session that we didn't, we had a really good budget year, so we didn't bring this bill, but I think we'll probably talk about bringing it again next session. And it's basically an emergency research fund, because things come up and we don't have the flexibility in our funding to be able to respond with research or even monitoring sometimes when we need that. And so, like I said, we didn't do it this session because we felt like we were asked, we would maybe be a bridge too far and they would start looking harder at cutting our budget, which they didn't much, but if we could set aside those pots of money too, and I think that's something that we'll look at so that we can be more rapid response. I mean, we've got great labs across the state. We've got good monitoring. And then, of course, encouraging people to test, you know, when you're out talking to hunters, you know, don't be, I mean, some people are like, well, why would I test? It's not going to hurt me, but we don't know what we don't know. And encouraging people to test.
Mr. Chairman, Director, you know, I kind of both grew up with traditional ranching being the model.
Mhm.
It was straightforward to work with. And things have really changed in the state and seems to be in hyperdrive and it's not gonna go away.
Mhm.
I'm just curious, like from an agency viewpoint, Director, how do you position the agency to deal with something that it's not always the favorite thing necessarily, but it's not going away. And so is there a need? with
Yeah.
the Agency and how to deal with that?
Yeah, there is a need. I mean, I'm not sure I'm fully understanding your question. So I'll just tell you what I think, because I'm really good at that. Out-of-state landowners are putting a tremendous amount of pressure on our resources, right? And I think we have addressed that through some pretty creative, the legislature has through some creative things, you know, the EHAs and things like that, to try to entice them to be better partners. The other thing we're talking about is advanced hunter education, so that public is better players, right? And then trying to help those out-of-state landowners understand, and this is on neighbors, this is on all of us, the importance of weed management, wildlife management, all of that. I mean, these guys, they want to move to Montana because they love Montana, but they need to not make Montana not Montana anymore. And part of that is resource management. And that's on all of us to engage those guys. And whether it's the ranch manager that maybe, I mean, I know up in our country on the front, those ranch managers are not from Montana either, but they are in our communities and they have kids in our schools. And, you know, they playing on my grandkids' ball team, and just an opportunity to visit with them about, you know, we've been doing this a long time. If we can be a resource for you, I mean, that's part of it. And part of it is, like I said, we need to ensure them that resource management is part of your management, and not the public is not always bad public, but we need to train the public to be respectful.
Appreciate that.
Did I answer your question?
You did, and part of the model that they bring, I guess, I wasn't very clear, is that they see value in the private fish and wildlife management sort of conservation model. It's just interesting how you see the state trying to merge with that, and if possible, and you know, moving forward, there kind of has to be. I'm just curious.
Well,
look at that going forward.
And it's a challenge when, I mean, you can take, you know, 5 dentists from Pennsylvania and they pool their funds and they lease property for the hunting rights for the whole season, right? Maybe somebody that was in block management, but didn't want to mess with it, didn't feel like it was enough money. So what is, and I'll tell you, my son, he leases a place up Nevada Creek for a week, and him and, you know, 5 buddies go harvest all the elk they want for that week. And that would maybe possibly be in, I mean, the landowner knows the resources have to be managed, the elk have to be managed. It's just much more profitable and much less hassle for him to say, yeah, you know, Jack, you and your buddies can have this week for, I don't know how much, they don't tell me how much, but it's probably not You probably don't. It's probably not cheap, but so, I mean, that's part of the challenge that we're facing is trying to convince these guys that, yes, it is worth the hassle and it does serve the community overall. And it's hard to engage sometimes those folks that only live here part-time to be good neighbors as well and to be part of the community. And I do get that there's a shift in that, is that they want to be appreciated by the community. They don't want to just be isolated. Yes.
Yes, Madam Director, the Wheaton lease a ranch from an out-of-state landowner, and he just leases it, all the land he has, he leases it to the neighbors. But his frustration is the way, all his friends are from Boone, North Carolina.
Yeah.
His frustration is he owns a big ranch and he can't get right to hunt on it, and so they don't, some of these guys, I think a bunch of it's frustration that they can't secure a right to hunt the elk that are on their habitat or the deer or whatever.
Mhm.
So then they just don't let anybody in there.
Mm.
And I don't know how we address that, that in-state hunters think the out-state guys are locking them all out of it.
Yeah.
It's just a, but I think if there was some way that they could, kind of like EHA or whatever,
Yeah.
where more people could participate for deer, antelope, or whatever they wanted to do, maybe they can apply. I don't know how, I don't hunt, so I don't know how you apply for all the licenses and anything.
Well, and the EHA does, I mean, it does address that. I mean, it allows a landowner to get so many permits in exchange for giving the public so many. I mean, so I think, and there's quite a few applicants for that, aren't there? Yeah,
How many were
Is
this?
it available for other species besides
38
elk?
38 last year, right?
38, is that right, Jason?
31.
Yeah, 38 and 24 and 31 this year.
Yeah,
Uh,
so,
For other species, no, not that I'm aware of, as far
Just
as
the
just specific to us.
Just the deer sponsored would be the other thing.
Yeah,
Landowner
landowner.
sponsored for deer.
They
Sponsor
want,
now.
like when he bought the ranch in there was 500 whitetails in a mile. And they got EHD and they're gone now, but there was, he had to put he had to go into the out of state drawing or whatever to get a hunting license. Well, hell, it's his ranch that's providing we're taking care of it, but it's his ranch that was providing the habitat and he was frustrated with that. So I don't know, maybe something could be expanded.
mhm. Yeah,
We
well,
want to talk about those things again.
You should just have them call me, man. I'll take care of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, there's lots of people
There's
who would
so many
help.
things to take care of that person. Give me my cell phone number.
He likes to barter.
I've got hunting.
Yes, honey.
Makes it even better.
A lot of winter wheat that's not worth anything.
but like Ed said, I mean, Montana's unique and it's pretty popular. And, for us at the department, it's just a challenge to constantly try to balance that added pressure with finite resources and to try to find that happy place. And the one thing that I know for sure in my 6 months here, can't make everybody happy.
A lot of different attitudes between Butte and Bainville.
Yeah, there's a lot of attitudes between Butte and Bainville. I think I'm gonna keep that one.
Yeah. Director, I was down in Alder, I think last summer, at a Western Land Alliance.
Western Landowners Alliance. Alliance.
And, the thing that struck me there in this question about that issue with new landowners, there was one landowner, historic landowner, small, completely surrounded by a new landowner. And he was on that border between outright tears and complete frustration to just shoot them all. Because that neighbor, through his private property rights, and I think this is the dichotomy that Montana has, is we respect and uphold that private property right. And people move here and they think, I can just do whatever I want. And when you're talking about being a good neighbor, ag neighborhoods are as important as a square mile neighborhood in a city that everybody gets along, where you just
Right.
have a problem and understand each other. And I was so struck by this one person because you could tell he was right at that brink. And I think he's probably one of the last of his kind in that area. I don't know.
Sold the slaughter because he didn't need it anymore.
He just wanted elk mitigation, and the people, as soon as FWP helped with some type of hunt, they were on the neighbor until they weren't.
Yeah.
And there you go. And so, we've talked many times about, who's involved in this, and I know there's nowhere to go with it because we pounded our head against the wall. When these transactions happen, to have an understanding that you're buying this amenity.
Yeah.
You think you're getting all these hunting rights and all these animals that have come over time through the management that's existed, and it's just automatic. And yet that's not really true. So how does that get imparted in a meaningful way? When, probably shouldn't name names, but there was a ranch out here by Canyon Creek that sold many years ago. His daughter worked for me. He would have elk in his hay. He would say, come harvest an elk, and we would do that. Then he sold it to somebody from the fashion industry.
Non-traditional.
And it was closed. Well, they did try to want to manage it, but for about 10 years, nobody could touch it. Until there were so many elk that they said, oh, so how can we maybe create that faster speed of communication in these situations so they can understand, okay, that might be, you're right, but there is a historic way that has worked and brought us to this point where you love Montana and you want to live here, and that's what you're buying. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, I feel like, if we had that answer, Ed, we'd probably be able to write a book and make some, right? Yeah, right, yeah. No, I think that it's just one of the challenges that we find ourselves in. I mean, there's a lot of great reasons to live in Montana, and there's a lot of great reasons to visit Montana. And we're feeling the impacts of that and trying to, and just trying to keep Montana, Montana.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I don't
It'll
know.
be Yellowstone.
Well, yeah, yes.
That's coming tonight.
Yes, and Yellowstone, has done a lot to further the popularity of Montana, but it's, I don't watch Yellowstone. It was just too close to home for me. So I watched one episode and I was like, no, this is just 6 degrees off, enough to make me crazy. But, well, yeah. Being in the agriculture industry, I was like, oh my gosh, but when I was in agriculture, when I was at the Department of Ag, I had folks come to me that wanted to buy exclusive Montana beef, and they were going to market it in California. And I said, oh, come on, what makes, a mom from Sacramento go in and reach for a steak or a package of a hamburger on the shelf because it's from Montana, $6 a pound more? And they said, Yellowstone? They're like, if you're not using Yellowstone to market your agricultural products, you're missing out. I can't say agriculture ever embraced that, but that was the thought that, there's a real upside here. So, I don't know. There's a lot of mixtures about that, but. All right, well, I've totally blown up your schedules now.
Very informative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you guys. Thanks, Alex.
Of course, thank
Right.
you.
Thanks, Jason.
Oh,
guys
absolutely.
get
You're
back.
welcome to stay or come back anytime.
Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for a bit. Yeah,
Sounds great.
all right. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you very
Nice to
much.
meet you.
All right, so where we were, Jason's gonna jump back in the legislative discussion.
Just-
2 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry.
No? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we didn't quite get there.
So just wanted to bring back the focus a little bit on landowner participation and access programs. So we talked about the 4 programs, we talked about the audit, what the audit was asking us to do to identify optimal incentives. And so one of the things that we also wanted to tie in here was, this isn't just an isolated conversation, meaning the legislature has very much expressed interest in landowner participation in these kinds of programs. And so one of the things that was very late that came into the session was this House Joint Resolution 73, and the chair actually testified at that, but it didn't make it through the committee. It made it through the House. It didn't make it across to the Senate in time, but basically same way. They're saying, all right, look at your current funding sources. What caps, if any, the compensation cap, the payment rates, if those have any impact on landowner participation. Look at strategies to identify and expand total acreage and landowner participation. So there's a variety of things that the legislature in that one resolution was asking of just block management specifically. I know Ed had a chance to go up and testify a little bit on that, or did testify on that. I don't know if you had any more thoughts on that resolution or
Well,
that experience.
I think, you know, essentially they were looking at how do we improve access, and maybe not being completely familiar with all the programs that existed or what their statuses were. But clearly there's a lot of discussion about the need for access. And it struck me as odd that we don't try to just focus on what we have and improve those in terms of what we're talking about here. I think the audit, to me, looking at communication, streamlining of programs, whatever you want to call it, having the department have the capability to do that to the best of its ability with a landowner, and then getting that hunter information out there is the most successful thing. I suspect they're still going to continue to want to evaluate, you know, until we address every access issue possible. One little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. So then, building on that, just to highlight again that this wasn't an isolated resolution. So I forwarded on, but there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that I came up with that all focused on landowner participation in access programs and what the legislature is trying to do and wrestle their head around to try and increase landowner participation. Some of them made it through, some of them didn't. But in reality, it's already, again, that same conversation about there's these suite of programs. How do we get more participation, more acres, landowners, etc. So we don't need to go as in depth on this slide, but what I wanted to do was then bring back everybody's current understanding of what our current participation levels are. Your screen.
Access programs.
Yeah, so there was a new table provided to you guys that we didn't send in your email. Is in your folder. It's a more simplified version, like I said, that focuses on kind of black on the one side. It looks like that a little bit. It should be towards the back of the one page. And rather than look at all 12 programs comprehensively, it looks at just these four. These four specifically because they're statutorily created. So that program summary looks like this. It's with 2025 data as well. So that's one thing that, you know, block management data is kind of an asterisk because it's still in process a little bit, but it's close. That's what you see from a programmatic scale for those 4 required programs. You guys kind of find that. Yep. So similar to that one I provided you before with all the different programs, this just really scales it down to the 4. And then looks at those 4 and what types of opportunities that exist. So like I said, I know you're just getting it now, so we'll give you a minute just to look over that briefly. Ultimately, breaks down, of course, those 4 programs, kind of what they're trying to accomplish, what the payment is, if there's tax credit, obviously for the 3 of them, there's not, what the benefits are, and then just the participation data. So that's kind of a high level view at that level. But I have another slide presentation here where we can really dig deeper in as to block management and then the other 30. Any questions on that or how we're gonna roll? Yes, sir.
One quick question on the EHA acres. Correct me if I'm wrong, within an EHA agreement, a landowner doesn't have to give access to their full property, right? They can do parcels of their property.
They have to allow access wherever they're gonna hunt.
Okay,
So if they choose to only hunt half their ranch, they would only have to offer the public.
gotcha. So does that number reflect that contract? Oh, exactly, okay.
Yeah, that number is what Leonard supplied as far as what acres they were opening.
Okay.
And the number that's there, to be clear, also, it excludes any property that's also enrolled in block management. I know that was one of Dale's questions before, is because ultimately it's like 477, but we took out about half of it because it's already enrolled in block management. So
Awesome. Dave.
that's the real landowner supplied acreage numbers for the lands open this year. Yes, sir.
So you, because it was 400 and some, but you took out the block management part of it.
Correct.
Okay, all
Yep.
right.
Yep.
So I knew that was a lot higher before.
Yep. So that number currently is about 477 as well. But if you take out the block management acres to try and not double count, that's that number. Yes.
Is there a reason why we don't offer just the Montana outdoor subscription to all of these access programs? I mean, it seems like an easy win because it's a great publication, really cases FWP and good work you guys are doing.
It's a good question. No, we
I
haven't.
think it would be a fantastic addition.
We
just to-
haven't.
Especially for non-resident, a lot of these EHA are non-resident landowners, and they'll actually get a little of that taste of what you guys are doing in Montana. I mean, it's a fantastic publication, so.
Yeah, I mean, and it'd be minimal cost. So we do pay for every subscription. So at Hunter Access Fund, block management pays whatever the subscription annual price is to our ComEd division for that. So we could do that similarly, but no, it's just it's never been really a thought.
I think it would be a great addition, just.
Same for the regs.
Right.
What? The hunting regs. I know that's going somewhere else. The landowners pick them up too. 5,000 copies of each, I think.
Yeah, I'll have to look and see what funding sources we would have available to do something like that.
I just think it would be really cool to send that out, just, it's a great publication, you guys do a great job on it.
Sure. Jason, I know that there was a number that Onyx came out with 618,000 acres. What exactly, was that landlocked stuff that they opened up?
Yeah.
So every number I see is all these massive numbers, but that should be taken out of there to show that there's a lot less than what we're anticipating.
In terms of total acres with block management,
No, just total, no. So you got 1.52 million acres in Montana that is landlocked, is that correct?
it varies by land type.
But so out of that 1.52, then we should take the 618 out of it.
Where'd that number come from?
So just to be clear, the 618 was done in 2021. Onyx worked with FWP to do a geospatial analysis of all the programs we have, and then look at the landlocked public acres that are open because of those programs. And it was 618,000 acres of landlocked public land are opened because of an adjacent neighbor block management participant. So it's not something we're really seeking, but it's a side benefit of the block management enrollment.
So that wasn't Pella.
No.
That was before.
That was just.
That's totally separate.
That's
That's,
subsequent.
But what
that
I'm
was just
getting
block
at, it
management.
makes that number a lot less. Instead of looking at 1.52 million acres, you're looking at probably 618,000. That's a pretty big chunk. I think.
Has anybody really quantified the actual remaining landlocked number of inaccessible public
Yeah,
acres?
Onyx has done couple different reports.
A possible reason why they don't do that, Paul, is because that's only opening those acres up during the BMA time period. So it's not actually opening them up 12 months out of the year
And they can pull it at any time, so it's not technically
in perpetuity.
correct.
Yeah.
That might be a reason why.
As far as these programs, how do you see that impacting that? Because these programs in point are for.
No, it's.
So the fact they don't open a program necessarily access in June. So what? In regards to these programs. And we're, right?
We're splitting hairs here.
It's always an agency discussion as well as when does land become inaccessible? Even for Palo, right? How far away can one access point be from the other one and it becomes still accessible or inaccessible or inaccessible? So it's always an ongoing discussion. But yeah.
I have a random question. I was asked if there was something legislatively passed where you couldn't land in landlocked areas anymore via the legislation. Was that actually a thing or?
I would have to defer. I'm not sure if there's.
It didn't pass.
It did pass.
Oh, did it pass that one?
It passed.
It passed.
So like you wouldn't be able to land in like,
The Durfee Hills or?
I don't know where the Derby Hills are, so I apologize, but yeah, you
like
would
the little
not.
snow is.
No, yeah,
So you can't land helicopter.
they've prevented that through that legislation.
That was a big.
But that's based on that agency's rules on that. So BLM rules apply. And Department of Ag rules apply.
Correct.
What kind of land?
What kind of land does that apply to BLM?
And yeah, it would be, it would definitely be BLM. I don't know the other land agency that would be involved in that, but it would definitely be BLM.
What about state lands?
State lands, no, not that I'm aware of. Only federal.
Who passed that? BLM did?
State legislature, wasn't it?
They wouldn't have any control over federal lands.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Is there any way you could send that
Yeah.
legislation out?
It's very specific.
Mhm.
I can't remember the bill number.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. I should be able to post it.
Yeah, I don't think it prevented landing.
Sort
it.
of.
When you could start. hunting.
Don't bring that.
It's sort of what, I mean, that's complicated, but created it. Craig, did you have?
Chairman Beals, question maybe Jason. I don't know if this is statewide, you can correct me, but policy now for Fish and Wildlife Park wardens to not enforce corner crossing if it's egregious, yes, but what I'm hearing is that they're not entertaining.
That'd be a discussion with Captain Howell or Alex or somebody
That's
above
in
me.
effect what they're doing. Essentially, those become accessible.
Or Chief Howell.
Anyway, okay.
We don't know that. Do we?
As far as,
His question.
What was it? Sorry.
I would not want to even venture a guess. I have an idea, but I would defer that to our enforcement guys or even Quentin as far as policy goes, but
Sounds like a lawyer question.
even Alex may have thoughts on that piece of it.
Yeah, I didn't hear the question because I was filling up the bill, but what was the question? I apologize.
Corner crossing and whether or not we're actually
Yeah,
enforcing.
Craig phrases.
Specifically was that as a guidance for the field wardens is that they are not to enforce. There's debate about what the law says, but they're not writing citations on corner crossings unless they're egregious, unless it's obviously not using that exact corner to cross.
Yeah.
So in that vein, it's like, well, then, if you take the time to actually figure out that crossing and do it so that you're not in the throes of possible citation by a field warden, that becomes an accessible. Anyway,
So that's your question.
that's
is
my
that-
question. Yeah.
I would articulate that is correct in a sense. We see corner crossing as illegal. And if the landowner wants us to cite the individual for corner crossing or trespass in that situation, we will. Now, whether the district attorney takes that to court, totally different question.
Most likely not.
They should.
I would echo Mr. Ellis there.
Anyway,
That answered for you, Craig?
Well, Yeah, it's fascinating, the whole thing, but yeah, thanks.
Anyway,
Jason, not to be going down all these darn rabbit holes, but here's another one for you. It take legislation to change the number of hours you can have after you fly. Like if now it's
Yeah.
24, can we get a change to 48 or something?
yes.
I think that's what's
in that bill. It's in that bill,
Bill
yeah.
does that as well.
Yeah.
What it is.
Well, it is in that bill.
It's in the bill.
There was two
Alex-
parallel bills.
Alex will find it. One died, one passed.
Correct,
Yep.
one the governor signed.
I just can't remember the details of it.
Yeah, that would be very interesting.
Is your question whether we could change the
Is it-
hours?
Yes.
We certainly could. It would have to be done next legislative session if that was something that you guys thought was
Good.
was
But
proper.
I think it did change to 48. Do you think it did change? to 48?
So it was within the same calendar day.
Mhm.
And we were getting some issues with that just as far as timing wise. And so we changed it to within 24 hours.
Okay, so it's not 48, it's 20.
Correct, because we would
24
have people that would
full hours.
fly late and then they would within that same calendar day and then go out the very next morning,
Okay,
knowing that the herd was still there.
okay.
And so to prevent that, we've changed it within 24 hours.
Are we getting off topic?
Yeah, we are.
Well, it is an access
It is
reality.
an access reality.
And that was really about certain specific areas. The drones.
That's correct.
Flying drones as airplanes and et cetera.
Yep.
Okay, next.
Okay, heard your cats, Jason.
We're doing good. We're doing good. We got about 20 minutes.
Sorry, Chair.
So trying to again paint the picture, right, of, okay, here's the suite of programs, there's our current participation. Your work session tomorrow will focus on improving or increasing participation in those programs and what we can all do. To kind of give you guys a little bit more in-depth view, I wanted to take a step and look at, okay, you have a snapshot in time of 2025 on this spreadsheet, but what does that look like going back to some of this program origination? Because the legislature, every time that they've talked about it, they frame it in the context of you've lost so many acres, you've lost so many participants, you've lost. And so what we want to try and do here is again, frame that conversation about here's what's actually happening across the state and just paint that clear for everybody. So again, those four main programs we're going to really focus on are Block, Elk Hunting Access, Palace, and Unlocking Public Lands. And as you know and can see, 90+% of our effort ties to block management, right? So that's how our staffing is set up. That's how our funding is set up. That's how our efforts primarily are set up, is block management. Everything else is more or less peripheral. So block management, landowner participation. The number of landowners we're working with is the highest it's ever been since the program inception. That's one thing they always keep in mind, is that when it's kind of what is your indicator, what is your measure of success? And so in terms of the number of landowners, we're working with more people today than we've ever worked with since the program began. When you look at that on a regional scale, it's kind of hard to make all the lines, but basically we have some regions that are increasing or have increased, primarily region 4, region 6, which is the green line at top. We have some that are somewhat declining. And then kind of since 2010, we've had other regions that have kind of gone down a little bit as well, but it's remained relatively flat, if not increasing. So that's again, looking at total landowners broke down by their parts of the state. Now, this is the big one, right? Everybody says you guys have lost such and such numbers of acres. And so taking it back to those years in the early 2000s, we were pushing 8.5, almost 9 million total acres enrolled statewide. That includes public land that are inside the boundaries of BMAs, right? So when we're encompassing a property, we typically have and historically have just drawn one big polygon between their private land they may lease. This is the block management area. And so right or wrong, since the beginning, we've been counting those total acres inside that polygon as part of the total acreage and block management. So that kind of more recent trend then again looks at it by region. And so you see the acres that have primarily declined are in Southeast Montana, Region 7. We've seen relatively flat, if not some increases in Region 6, again, Region 4. And then the other ones are about flat. But like I said, there's asterisks with all of this, because as we clean up data, as we clean up maps, acres, get reduced. We haven't really lost acres. We have in some extent instances, but there's also, keep in mind, in for example, 22, we did a map cleanup in Region 6 alone, and it's 50,000 acres. That's just cleaning up maps and trying to get public land outside of the boundary. And so it represents as a loss to the program, but there's actually these big asterisks behind it that there's not as much loss as you think there is. Same with like Region 2, for example, and the Blackfoot and Nature Conservancy and their acquisition of that piece is about 300 and I think we've had about 360 acres since that project started till now that is converted to public ownership. That was private land enrolled in block management, but it's actually become land that's open to the public year round. So it's transferred from private to public ownership. So there is also, again, there's asterisks behind a lot of this data that's it's not necessarily true. So then like I said, I try to scale it back then, okay, strip out all any public land acres, any total contract acres, and look at just private land acres. And of course it follows the same trend line. And then here is those same private land acres by region. So again, like I said, Region 7 had a lot. They've also reduced numbers of acres quite a bit. Region 6 and Region 4 have increased most recently. In the other regions, it's relatively flat. So then we look at total acreage, right? So when we've said we're working with most landowners than we've ever had, or more landowners we've ever had before, what we're doing is we're exchanging larger ranches for smaller ranches. So, and I think that's probably a trend in Montana where some of the transitions also happening with ranches being split up or cut up or whatever, that you're seeing, even though you're getting these properties, that they're actually smaller properties. And so on a private total acres per landowner piece, those averages have also declined over the same time period. And then we look at price per acre. This is again that same trend line. You see those big increases most recently with the cap increase, with the Hunter Day payment increases. But just on a price per acre, this is what you're looking at in terms of total acres, total dollars spent. So it's $2 an acre for hunting access for block management. And then same way, total payments, looking at cooperator payments. You see those big jumps in the last couple times here. 2023 and then 24 will be the year that really, those 2 years stand out because of that payment increase to the $50,000 cap and then the change to $17 Hunter Day.
How many are at 50?
About 18 still at the max payment. So then you just kind of again break it out, payments by region. Right now, Region 6 is the highest. I mean, we have the most Hunter days, and then we also have so because you're an impact-based program, you're seeing that impact play out over time. Yep, right. As use goes up, payments go up. And so then looking at total acres over time with total payments, that's what you're seeing as well. 12.5 million now this year in payments and almost 6.8 million acres total. One of the lesser known things that block management does provide is a weed management incentive. So if a landowner accepts to use the money, we don't have any way of really tracking or documenting or proving that they did, because oftentimes it's just part of their operation cost. But we're offering a 5% weed management incentive above their total subcontract total. So in some cases, you'll have landowners that are making $52,500 because they've hit the max on their cap, but then they also get the 5% weed payment above. And so I just wanted to throw that out there that we're paying almost $600 and some thousand in weed payments across the state to help manage weeds as well. All the same funding source. Yeah, Dale.
I understand that it's really difficult to monitor whether those dollars are spent on weeds. Do you do any work to verify the weeds are there? I mean, is it part of it to have the block management coordinators go and say, yeah, you definitely have significant leafy spurge or Canada thistle problem?
No, typically not.
10%, it's like, okay, we'll give it to you.
No, typically it's just them agreeing to use the funds. That's how the legislature has identified that. You said the other piece of it is it's what you're spraying. I mean, you could be spraying 2,4-D or just on your grass pastures. And,
I'm sure all the guys in Region 6 are spraying every bit around their weeds. It must be just down in Region 7.
I have no doubt you're.
Land, you've got weeds.
Question?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, Jason.
Yes, sir.
Just curious, any research or maybe even a gut feel when we talk about price per acre? And that's one of the things, I guess, I noticed at the cost of this program. Where's the breaking point with sort of hunters? What are they willing to pay? At what point does it become an issue for, hey, this is the acres we have for access and the cost of those acres? Do you have a feel for where that is right now?
I don't. And I don't know that we've ever really asked. I mean, that's the landowner side we're trying to accomplish with that survey I talked about is like, what does it take? But then on a hunter side, what are you willing to pay? That's kind of what that will help us identify, I hope, is that, okay, here's what landowners say they need to be paid to get to that level. If that's what you're needing, then somebody's gonna have to pay it. Right now, it's non-resident hunters, right? So the primary funding source of all of our access program is the non-resident revenue from the deer elk combos. And so as those increase in price, we saw that in 2012 where when the I-161 came through and the outfitter sponsored or guaranteed licenses went away, it jacked the price for the non-game combos, and then they didn't sell all of them. And so then the block management program actually had to cut landowners from the program. And so, yeah, I'm not sure, if it's a price per acre model or if it's a hunter day threshold that becomes, as at 25, it's too much. At 50, it's too much. How much does it become that we as Montana sports persons are willing to pay?
Have you guys ever considered doing a survey on what resident hunters would consider paying?
Ever? I haven't had those conversations yet, but it's a good
Because I think most
conversation.
resident hunters would, yeah, I'll pay a little bit more.
Yeah.
I did a survey in our archery lane during an elk calling contest some years ago when I got on this council. And it was an easy 25 bucks.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, it was kind of all over the board, but on an average, it was easy at 25 bucks.
Yeah, I think the dynamic, right, comes in the access provided, right? So
Right.
you've seen us in the legislature authorize additional payments, but we're not still seeing significant increases. And so I don't know all of I have some speculations as to the reasons behind some of those things. Some things money is never the issue, but I think
Only $3 million.
there is an element to that, right? Where even if you paid 20, like if we had a block management $25 stamp, I don't know that that's gonna generate the access that the sports people are asking for.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just
It's like $100 to even get close to where we are
Right.
for everybody.
Well, last time the residents bitched about $5 increase. Remember that? They really, they fought that even.
I think the climate's changed though.
Well, maybe.
So,
With the price of hunting just in general in other states, when you look at other states' models, I think most residents would be more willing now to look at it than they were a few years ago.
Some would, yeah.
I mean,
So-
you're always gonna have people complain. You can't make everyone happy.
No.
sorry to keep pushing you along, but the last thing I had on block management, right, is our contracted 100 days. How many 100 days we're seeing across the state? And then, like I said, from, it's been pushing 700,000. I wouldn't be surprised if we get close to surpassing it. I mean, it may change a little bit, but definitely seeing that, which then drives payments because you're an impact payment based program. So the more people you have, the more days you have, the more payments go up. And so that's all I had on block management. But if anyone wants to talk about block management, I think we do it now. And then I have just 2 slides on the other 3 programs. So.
I would just make a comment on this last slide. When I look at southeastern Montana and probably Montana in general, our mule deer numbers are going to rebound at some point in time to some level as well as our animal. And I think when we get to that point, you're going to see the demand soar past that 700,000 or something, whatever that number was. And there's just a lot of people right now saying it's not worth going out, but those times will change. And then I think you're going to see even more pressure on those areas.
Yeah, a question, Director or Chairman Beal, Jason, just curious if it'd be interesting to me to have another look at this in another way, and maybe it's 100 days per acre, just like you're doing cost, but in some way trying to get a better feel for pressure on what's happening with this, because that's one of the things that stuck out at me, like that's great from a program standpoint that we're getting this use, but I think there's a cost somewhere to that as well, right? We're talking about elk distribution, all kinds of things, but this is part of the problem, correct? I mean, with trying to have elk where we can actually access them. So if there's another way of just displaying that to give us a little more information, would be awesome.
I really appreciate this, is awesome, but it would be awesome if we could have like 100 days per region.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, do you have any insight on why Region 7 is really the one that's slumping out?
Travis, are you still with us? You have any insight to that?
What was the question again, Stephanie?
Sorry. Do you have any insight why Region 7 has been the one that seems like it's the most on the decline out of the 7 regions?
It's been a combination of things. Land sales has been big. And then just generations, the ranch is changing hands to the next generation. Those are the 2 biggest factors we've been seeing is sales, and then the next generation's taking over and have different ideas of what they want to do.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Elk would probably play into some of that.
That's, I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I can get that data for you guys pretty easy. It's not a problem.
I mean, judging by your chart, you're looking at hitting 1 million user days in, less than 10 years.
It's a lot of days.
It's a lot of days.
So, like I said, hopefully, EHA been around a while, very, very little used until 2021 came along and we switched from more of a management type tool to an access tool. And you saw the increase, especially in 21, 22, and then even 23. And then 23 is when the equivalent requirement came along, discussed in this committee as well about requiring, if a landowner's getting a bull tag or permit, that the public also see that. And I think we've seen some drop in interest from the program as a result of that as well. There's also a factor, and I'm not sure how to tease it out, is draw odds. So, as landowners continue to use their landowner preference and are successful, they no longer need this tool. So that's where they'll probably be bouncing in and out. We have some of that too. Yep.
Jason, how many of those landowners require a permit versus just the general tag? Because now they can just get a general tag with the landowner preference, right? They don't get the permit for that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they can get the license or the combo, but they can't get the permit.
So some of the ranchers are probably on a general draw ranch.
There are a couple properties that are just general elk licenses. Yeah. Yep. yeah, all they want is a general elk license. And so because of that, and all that's required, you know, some of these aren't limited entry districts at all. So they want to hunt over broad time bull and need your general elk. And then the last two, of course, the little guys, as I call them, well, Pala's not so little, but UPL certainly is. That's where we're at on participation. Unlocking public lands, we had a little bit of a different interpretation, I would say, in 2018, 2019 about whether or not a landowner could go from private to public, and count that as two different tax credits. We said it couldn't qualify, which is why we saw the big drop in 20. And then at the same time in 2020 was the first year that Pala started. So that's when we saw Pala's take off.
Is that when we did the GIS data skimming where we sent mailers out to everybody?
We've done that twice for Pala. We include actually UPL marketing with it as well. It's just a bifold brochure where, yeah, we did a geospatial analysis in 2020 and then 2023 to identify potential landowners. You know, you have to have the lease, you have an accessible land. We hit them with a direct mail campaign is about 50,000 each year. We've spent money trying to target directly to those individuals. And that's where we saw some increase. But yeah, that's what that effort was the direct mail campaign. And that is all I had on landowner participation, and you're right up to public comment. So whenever you're ready to take that, we'll.
So just, we had a couple minutes before.
Mm-hmm.
Just a question with the new block corridor access agreement. Have you guys discussed what you anticipate with that?
Yeah, there's a couple slides I didn't show you, and that's the process of how that works. I can show that to you if you want to see it, but basically we will have to go through the commission process to approve those. And so we'll have to develop our contract timelines, and it's still yet to be determined on how it gets.
So those will be
released.
implemented this year,
Not in 25 for sure.
but potentially 26.
Yeah, yeah, we'll have to get it off the ground and in the wheelhouse.
Because I would think that is going to be way more significant than UPL right out of the gate, because they're already there.
Yeah, it could be. Yep.
And have you considered any pluses or minuses to that on either Palo or Block?
Very little. Yeah, we haven't spent much time digging into the corridor bill.
Could we see that slide at some point?
Yeah, I can just run through it. So this, I know we're running up against public comments, so we'll take that here quickly after that. But basically, in general, the application process for these 4 programs, right? So there has to be some level of landowner's awareness. Either you're finding out about it because you have a problem and you come to FWP, say, I got too many deer in my field, can you help me? Or you find out through our very limited press releases when it comes to block management. The PALAs and the UPLs were the only ones where we've done like the really direct geospatial targeted effort to say, hey, you qualify, are you interested? But generally, block management process follows, the landowner making an application, whether it be on paper or we have a fillable PDF. We have a staff review of that with an enrollment committee, and that generates a signed agreement. It's that basic and that simple for all of our standard block management agreements. When it comes to the corridor stuff, it's the same process, right? There's a landowner awareness. We're going to have them make some kind of application. Then we're going to work with the adjacent public land leaseholder to determine whether they support or object to the application. If they don't object, or if they want to object, we'll still take that before the commission, but we have to capture their lease and then incorporate the lease terms from their public land lease into the applicant's application if it's not the same person. Take that before the commission for their consideration, which will then generate an agreement. So it's a little bit more staggered and there's a bigger time window and process. So as I think about this, Mr. Chair, and your question, our commission process stuff is like 3 months in advance. Friday is the deadline for materials for the October meeting. So if I think about this, like at a June meeting next year, I'm going to have the materials by March, which means we're backing up from that for applications, which probably runs us right the same timeline as UPL and PALA, which is like January 1. We're taking applications and trying to figure out between January and March, who's got what, so it can go before the commission process. So it's gonna throw wrinkles in it. So PALA and or UPL might actually be easier in process than actually have to run through the commission. Does that make sense?
Which would be a plus for PALA.
So then if you look at EHAs, same way, landowner has to have some kind of awareness. They're usually reaching out to us or they find the application online. We have an internal staff review of all those applications, draft all the agreements, put everything together for a commission packet. That goes to the public 2 weeks prior to the commission meeting. If they agree to it, we send out signed agreements. And we run the hunter sign up, which just ended yesterday, or the 15th for the EHA public hunter sign up. And then our staff go start manually matching hunters off of that sign up for these properties. And meanwhile, we're trying to get agreements back, and Natalie's been doing great with shuffling that through for signatures as well. So I got to give her a shout out both on PALAs and EHAs because she does great work. So then lastly, PLPW has a role now in this next one, which is PALAs, right? So there's a landowner awareness. There's an application, same way, it's a paper or fillable PDF. Our access team reviews it for consistency so that we're not way overpaying or way underpaying, because statute with PALA is everything is negotiable. So we're trying to be as consistent we can with the guideline of everything is negotiable. Then, like I said, you guys get to review them. We bring them to the director's office. If you guys approve and she approves, then we send a signed agreement. So it's just a little bit.
What's the benefit of a corridor agreement with block management over this?
You might have to come back for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
we can
brand new.
discuss that another time. We don't
Yeah.
even know.
We don't even know, quite honestly, because it's just brand new statute from this session.
Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Last one, again, UPL is very similar to our original block management agreement, which is just application. I'll usually review those if we get them, and then we have a signed agreement. It's really simple. So that was quick and dirty on application process. Yep.
Fog. Okay.
All right. So this is the public comment time. If you'd like to make public comment, go ahead and raise your hand. And the first one I have is Kevin's iPhone. Kevin's iPhone, you should be able to talk.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. Thank you. Chair Beal, members of the committee, my name is not Kevin's iPhone. My name is Kevin Farron, Farron. I'm calling today with a very new hat on. I am now the conservation director for the Montana Wildlife Federation, the state's oldest wildlife conservation organization. We focus on protecting and enhancing our public wildlife, public lands, and importantly, our public access, which is why I'm calling in today. I do have a couple agenda items I'd like to comment on. If you'll entertain me, you guys covered a lot today. Thank you. First, I want to talk about, I guess, in order. We talked about the updated landowner stewardship course and the continued attention there, which I appreciate. Certainly like what I'm seeing. Happy to hear that FWP might be headed to an online component combined with a field day for the new advanced hunter ed course. If I heard correctly, it sounds like FWP does around 4,000 in-person youth hunter ed courses annually. And I just have to ask, if our bandwidth is around 4,000 people moving through in-person youth courses now, what would the bandwidth look like to expand that to adults, especially if it requires, a 400-yard shooting competency requirement? I think that there's actually a few 100,000 licensed hunters in Montana each season. And so it just seems like a pretty big lift to have that be part of it. But along those lines, how would this field day be achieved by non-residents, who are certainly not the only problem in terms of hunter behavior, but certainly are part of the target audience for this sort of, extended landowner stewardship course? Do we think that they'll be willing to make an additional trip to Montana for a field course that's voluntary? Like Chair Beal pointed out, we certainly want to make sure that we're hitting the masses here, capturing the right people, et cetera, and that brings me back to the point that you guys still seem to kind of be debating, which is, how do we get people to take this course? Do we use the carrot, the stick, or neither? How can we best ensure that this information gets out there, and that the PLPW, you all, and the department's time that has been spent on this project is justified? It sounds like there's kind of an expectation or a hope that the course, online or in person, could be done voluntarily, like it currently is, or that the Think a Landowner portal is. But I fear that the most likely outcome is in that scenario is that the ones who we will see taking this course are the ones that we actually need to reach the least. And what I means by that is that they're probably going to be the ones that are kind of respectful and interested in learning more and making sure that they're doing it right. And sure, they all of us, myself included, I'm sure have things to learn and something to gain, but we want to make sure that we're hitting the rest of these hunters too. So taking the course and being entered to win a raffle or even dangling a bonus point carrot, which you guys talked about last meeting, neither of those really seem to be enough to get this done at the level we need to have a noticeable impact. And so I would really encourage you guys to look at making this a requirement for anyone that wants to hunt private lands. That's a privilege. And, if it takes 20 minutes to show that you know how to close a gate behind you or not drive down roads and they're muddy, I would say so be it. Hunters are required to take hunter safety. We're all required to take a bear ID course. I don't see this being a whole lot different. But I will say, kind of as a side in this topic, is that if field days, are the future of this program, and if bandwidth does become an issue for the department, please know that you have many hunting orgs in Montana with staff or board members or supporters that we can reach out to who would be more than willing to help. So please don't hesitate to tap into groups like MWF or ArmyF or BHA. I'm confident that all of us want to be part of the solution and are willing to help. Okay, so then second topic. Sorry, I do only have 3 of them, so bear with me. The report that we just went over with FWP about the different public access and elk management tools that are currently offered and deployed. Really appreciate that. The department's doing such great work. I'd really like to highlight one of the underutilized programs, which apparently saw 0 use in 2024, the MAPS program, or the Managed Access Project Sites. This is a highly customizable wildlife management tools that allow landowners a targeted and FWP managed approach to address problematic concentrations of wildlife, namely elk. Landowners are compensated for participating. This program seems tailored for those in the special instances where significant elk harvest is needed or where there are safety concerns that prevent other forms of public hunting from being, reasonable. There's a land, well, I won't name the names of these ranches, but there's a large, well-known ranch down by Dillon, I believe, that has utilized this program in the past before taking things into their own hands once they'd proven that the concept works. And I think that there's many other well-known ranches in central Montana that could benefit from a program like this. And I just, the main reason I bring this up is I can't help but notice how underutilized and under-advertised it is, especially in what seems like this never-ending legislative attempt session after session to allow more aggressive elk harvests in problematic areas. So in other words, it'd be great if we could employ this MAPS program and let landowners with these problems know that this is an option before they keep trying to change statewide regulations for a stated goal that could be accomplished with the existing programs. Targeted problems need targeted approaches, and this certainly seems like we have the answer to do it with the MAPS program. And then the final thing I'll say is about the EHAs. That's something you guys just talked about, so apologies, I'm still completing my thought on that. But I think that part of the reason we're seeing this increase and drop in participation, and the fact that it's certainly an imperfect solution, specifically for the non-resident landowners in limited entry areas, is that the EHA program doesn't include the base combo license for those non-resident landowners. And so if you're a non-resident landowner in a permitted area, you really are only eligible for the EHA if you get that base license first. And so I think that that's not necessarily what the intent of the program was. It seems like it'd be an easy legislative fix, but I'd really encourage you guys to entertain that idea, because what we have happening now is the really contentious program where large landowners who don't live here get basically guaranteed deer and elk tags for providing no access. But then we have non-resident landowners that want to participate in EHAs that may only own, 2,000 acres, which is still in many places really legitimate and could actually offer some good quality hunting. They're actually getting a worse deal, even though they're willing to come to the table and offer access. So I really hope that we can fix that part of the EHAs to make sure we're including everyone that we want to include in that. That would require better aligning it with the general application season, the general draw. But I do think there's many reasons to consider that as well. And, you know, you can ask yourselves this, but don't you think that would increase participation if a landowner needs to decide right off the bat whether they want to allow access to get a guarantee tag, or if they just want to take their chances in the draw for providing no access? And if they get their tag through the draw, then they close their gate. But if they don't get their tag, then they say, okay, fine, we'll let a couple hunters on and they enroll in the program. I'm just saying that if we force that decision up front, we may get much more participation. Those landowners get their guaranteed tags. But now we get, you know, 3 or 4 public hunters on those properties as well. So it just seems like a fair, reasonable solution that would increase participation. Anyway, I'm long-winded. Appreciate your guys' time. It's been a long day, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Jason, do you want to comment on the EHA?
Well, just from an elk hunting access perspective, the program provides landowners a elk license as well as a permit, and if they need it, the bow and arrow license or any other prerequisites. So it is open for anybody who has those general licenses and need a permit, but it's also, if you don't have the license, you can get the license through the program as well.
So you can get both.
You can get both,
Right.
but it is not forced, as Mr. Farren suggested.
So just for clarification on that.
So the option's already there then, if they
Yeah.
wanna, they can sign up for EHA and they know they're gonna get a license no matter what their chance to shoot.
If the
Permit
commission approves
license,
it,
huh? You have to still draw for
the
something.
commission has to approve it.
Oh, each year.
Yep.
Each year, that's good.
Yeah, each request for permit,
Oh,
each year.
have they ever denied any?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Multiple.
we've had a couple denied, primarily because of acreage sizes.
Oh.
Or like the landowner wanted to trade their archery permit that they drew for a
Another
rifle permit. They wanted to swap, and we recommended they not approve those as well.
And then in like Region 6, there's more applicants than,
Except for 2025, so then,
Oh,
so
so that-
2024, 2023, 2022, we had more landowners wanting the 690 tag than we had, well, you could say tags available, so we're only offering 10% above what the commission
Oh.
approves. So for 690, it's a quota of 50 for rifle and 50 for archery, and so there's only 5 available, so we'd have to go to another draw for those landowners after the commission approved. So some of those didn't get their tag, so they weren't in the program.
Thanks.
Any other comments? Okay. We're up on 5.
Is that all the public comment?
That was it.
Yeah, that was all the attendees that had raised their hand. Yeah.
Any other final thoughts for today? My brain's cooked. Okay, so just a reminder, so we're gonna meet for dinner at the Overland. Everybody's invited for a no-host dinner there. And from there, everybody knows where that is. Yeah,
It's on the way to the hotel. They were doing some street and parking lot construction, so the place wasn't open till 5. But
Is
she
it
said,
open now? So you can
she
go
said
to
it, she said it should be open at 5, and if the restaurant entrance isn't open, to go through the coffee shop. There's a little coffee hut there next to it. You can
Oh.
get around behind it to get into the restaurant. I guess we have, again, it's not reserved, but we have the patio. And then if that doesn't work or the whatever, then we can bump inside to the bar. And then we'll plan to meet at Montana Wild once you guys are done with supper.
Okay, that's clear over by Fort Harrison.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yep. Way out there on the way to Mac Pass. If you get to Mac Pass or Baxendale Fire Station, you went too far.
if you go through the last stop, whichever that might be, turn around. You're gonna see Greg's It's Up to Us billboard.
Yeah, there is an up to us hunting access billboard right next to the turn for Montana Wild. Francis will meet us out there, and then I think Tom Mopri is gonna meet you at supper.
Okay. All right,
Just
we
leave your
good?
stuff. for your-
You can leave everything as is, door will be locked, so it'll be,
8:30 tomorrow, is that correct?
yes, we will start at 8:30. I'll be here by 8.
I'm gonna be there tonight.
Yes.
Where? He's gonna be at dinner and.
Is he? Okay.
Can we bring a guest over? with us?
Yes.
As long as they're paying, don't
Sure.
matter.
We'll provide your per diem, but-
I'm hoping he leaves by mine.
No, there's no headshots of Donna.
Just her elbow.
Just my elbow is in the photo.